You close your book and look at the front cover, you'll notice that the label says this is an introduction to the Constitution. 4th of July, we celebrated 225-year anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Back in 1983, I started studying the IRS, in particular, and the U.S. Constitution in general. So I've been studying the Constitution for about 18 years. Now, I've tried to condense that 225 years of history and that 18 years of study into an 8-hour class. This is going to be incredibly superficial. I am going to open up all sorts of cans of worms. And at the end, I anticipate that you will have far more questions than you do right now. So I'm going to be covering the material relatively quickly. It's supposed to basically get you started and give you a good foundation. Now, I know that this particular group is a little bit more familiar with the way things really are. And I definitely am willing to handle any of your questions toward the end of the class. I started out with a 48-page handout, and there was too much information to cover in 8 hours. And so I added information. We're now up to 66 pages, if that makes any sense to anyone. So we are going to go through this relatively quickly, but this is, again, only an introduction, but it's an important foundation. Even those of you that are talking about, really important issues, maybe a little bit more sophisticated issues, it's always good to go back and reestablish what your foundation is, and then it makes your high-level arguments just that much more secure. Now, before I even started the class, I've had several people point out to me that the flag is upside down. Things, dyslexic is not one of them. Anybody have any idea why the flag is upside down? It's a distress signal, and it's an emergency, a sign of emergency. I have the flag upside down deliberately because, from my point of view, the United States is definitely in dire trouble. And the trouble stems from the fact that people living here in the United States have no idea what type of government they have. They don't know the difference between a democracy and a republic. They don't know what their rights are. And they are incapable of controlling Congress and keeping it within the constitutional box they're supposed to be in. So the flag is upside down because I'm very, very concerned. Now, in the back of the book, I have all sorts of little handouts. We will talk about those eventually. You're welcome to look at them. Those are all yours. We just did a quid pro quo exchange. You can do anything you want with them. But when I go through them, mine are in the same order that yours are. So you don't want to be fumbling around looking for the new ones. You can kind of keep yours in the same order. Now, inside the front cover, you should have a copy of the Constitution. Many of you already have copies, but it would be totally inappropriate to teach a class on the Constitution without actually giving you a copy. One of the things that surprises most people is that it's so small. I mean, there's really not a lot here. And the purpose of the Constitution is to set up a form of government. Basically to establish the principles that are involved, not what the law actually says. So you can sit down and read the Constitution cover to cover in about 15 or 20 minutes. We're going to try to spend about 8 hours understanding it. Now, most of the page numbers that I reference will be in the handout. This is if you'll notice at the bottom of all the pages, I have Session 9. ICP 21 is my abbreviation for Introduction to the Constitution for Patriots in the 21st Century. And then it's Session 9. I've taught 8 of these classes before. Now that you have paid for this class, you can attend any of my future classes for free. There's a lot of information here, and some of it goes in 1 hour here and out the other. So if you want to attend one of my future classes, you've already paid for it, just show up. I mean, it'd be nice to let them know that you're coming, but you're not going to have to pay for it again, just show up. Right? If you call me with questions on the phone, my first question to you is, which section are you looking at? I keep a copy of all of these documents because I keep adding information to it. And the page numbers change. So if you're asking me questions, I want to know which section you're on so that I can get my copy and we can literally be on the same page. If I say go look at page 22, that's where your answer is. I want your page 22 to be the same page 22. So I print, copies for each.
You are speaking to the man, the myth, the legend himself, Rabbi Rothschild. How you doing, baby? Thank you. I do what I can. I see that the topic is human consciousness is rare. Appreciate the ability to come up here and speak. Question for clarification purposes: are we talking like basically there are a lot of what is the word NPCs that are walking around and people who aren't really locked into what's going on, or are we talking about something different? I get that. So I have a question about this. Essentially, there's a type of technology known as mind uploading, where you're able to scan your brain and download that to a hard drive, and then at a later point upload to some extent upload that to a robot, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, an ethereal being, an avatar. Basically, if we're able to do so, do you think we'll be able to pass along human consciousness? Definitely a dilemma. So, as I see it, basically you have kind of three different camps, and I am in no way an expert on transhumanism, but I don't think really many people are. So you have what I consider humanists, people who don't think that you should do any edits to the to your life, and I would really consider like many people, perhaps like indigenous people, might be considered this. Um, and then you get what I consider a middle ground, where you get people who are perhaps who like take vitamins. That's like the low level. I think this is a spectrum. So you get people who take vitamins. Then you get people who get like transplants. Then you get people who perhaps want to use life extension technologies to extend their life to what perhaps an unnatural number, what we consider to be unnatural. Then you get people who want to be cryogenically frozen, and then you get people who essentially want to live forever through transhumanism. With that, do you consider it to be, and they perhaps might go, it's scary to them, the fact might be able to live forever. And then the other side, you have people with extreme wealth who want to keep a good thing going, so to speak, and in doing so, basically live forever, and that gives them some opportunity at immortality. I personally, I consider myself a skeptic. Has anyone ever thought of the theory that Robin Williams might have faked his own death? So essentially, if this mind uploading technology exists on some level that of which we're not aware as normalized society, there may be just it gives people actually hope of that some of these, especially celebrity deaths that we learn that are kind of strangely timed or just have many coincidences to them, they actually may not be true. I mean, there are famous people out there who have perhaps faked their death. Hitler, Elvis, there are definitely theories out there. And I'm not saying that is the case with Robin Williams. I think he's an amazing actor and amazing comedian. But whenever I hear about any kind of celebrity death, I'm always skeptical of it. And I don't know if anybody else is, or if you just take what the media tells you.
Before we begin, Blaze is giving you a chance to win this gorgeous pearly white 1965 convertible Volkswagen Beetle powered by a Tesla battery. This is a gorgeous car. I mean, my God, it's really the dream vehicle brought to life in a new age. The fact that I can't just casually get my hand on one of these is a thing. And if you donate just $10, you are entered for a chance to win. Abbey Road is one of the greatest albums in the 20th century. It's a fantastic film.
You got it, David. So is anyone out there? Good morning. Is anybody out there? I don't know, proponents of people faking their deaths? There have been cases where this has really occurred, and essentially many times we get this with celebrity deaths based on their perhaps worth. So they might die at the peak of their celebrity. I don't hear this talked about very often, but I would say I'm very skeptical of celebrity deaths, especially at young ages. We have people out there, like I said, Hitler. There's a lot of evidence Hitler survived into Argentina. Elvis, there's a lot of evidence that he perhaps faked his death. In fact, there's a list. I mean, at least IMDb has it. I'm not saying these are all true, but everyone from Michael Jackson to Tupac, exactly. What are your thoughts on? Oh, well, actually, three of them I'd like to bring up that I find very interesting. You have Jimi Hendrix. Now, I'm not saying this is true or not. I'm just giving you what I've heard. And so, Jimi Hendrix basically, died allegedly in a bathtub of choking death on wine, something like that. But that he essentially is Morgan Freeman. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying that that's what I've heard. The next one is Janis Joplin, who died at age 27. And essentially, there's the thought that she may be Stevie Nicks. And then finally, the fact of Jim Morrison, whose father was very deep state in military intelligence, and that he may be Vin Diesel. Any thoughts on these theories? Well, the fact that Hitler might have survived the bunker is not irrelevant. I just disagree with that wholeheartedly. That's a very relevant point. Then my question to you, Benno, you don't think any person has ever faked their death ever? Appreciate that. Hey, I don't know if it's true or not. It's just a theory that's out there. And my question, then, I didn't mean to put words in your mouth, but I'm going to find some common ground. So you do think that some people have faked their deaths. Is that correct? Okay, then my next question is, do you think any celebrities have faked their own death? And if so, which ones? Absolutely. I would as well. It seems like we have a request here, but we have a full panel. Is there anyone who would like to drop down? What? Deep Rimmer, you had requested to come up. Feel free to come up, then you drop down. If you can come up, we'd love to hear what you have to say. Absolutely, I got to keep everybody on their toes. Does anyone aside from the Hitler theory have any theories on any celebrities that might have faked their own death? Oh, apologies. My apologies. Well, so aside from Hitler, does anybody believe in any celebrity death hoaxes? Okay, famous people. Perhaps I should have clarified there. Famous people aside from Hitler. And the reason why this ties to the topic at hand is essentially if you're able to fake your own death, then at what point do you really die? And if you're able to get to the point where technology allows for mind uploading, you can live indefinitely. And I think it's very interesting, at least with Michael Jackson, if you ever know anything about what went on with his death, the next day after he died, there was this interesting Larry King Live where, quote unquote, one of Michael Jackson's friends who was a burn victim came on and just was like mourning his death. And it was a very, very interesting um, person. Basically, like this person essentially looked like they were in a silicone mask. I can post it, but essentially these are things that perhaps I think that may actually occur in society, and I'm I'm curious to. Well, I mean that kind of goes back to Edward Bernays and the Convention of Public Relations. I'm not saying that I look up to these people. They're just famous cases where we might have some common ground of knowledge. If I name the ones that are on Wikipedia and I say Joroslav Hasek and Samuel Israel III and Joan of Leeds, you don't necessarily know who these people are, so we don't have any understanding. But these are definitely, there's a page on Wikipedia, famous celebrity deaths. The only one who I actually know of is Vince McMahon, but I think that was like a wrestling skit. Essentially, though, there's quite an exhaustive list of people who fake their own deaths, and I think if some no-name people, so to speak, or people who just have Wikipedias have done it, perhaps celebrities have done it as well. Can you repeat that, Logan? That's what I thought you said. I've never heard Machiavelli, the theory that he faked his own death. Is that common? Oh, are we talking Tupac? Well, it's certainly a legitimate. There are legitimate arguments for it. Again, I think that it's just important to have the discussions, or else everyone just believes what the mainstream tells them. I posted, I po- I post, I posted a famous picture of Hitler that takes him into old age with his Brazilian mother. There's a lot of evidence that he survived the bunker in Germany and made it to Argentina. You're asking for evidence. I don't know what else I can give you. I don't have him here to talk on Twitter Spaces, so I'm allowed to do it. Okay, but I mean, if I have the evidence, why wouldn't you want to see it? I can certainly delete it. I didn't know we. I mean, wow, you guys. I'm a Jew, and I'm not that sensitive on this topic. I have removed it, but that doesn't, nevertheless, show that there is some evidence that he survived. And if he was able to do it, anybody could. No, it's I think in the Twitter, in the chat. So if you want to see it, no, he doesn't have a beard. Essentially, there's a story of him, and many um, people have been interviewed uh, in Argentina who were his servants. Essentially, there's this German house. I've seen a documentary on it, and then there's this picture of him with his Brazilian lover, and essentially, it's him at an older age. I think he died at age 95. Well, sure. I think he was a Rothschild through his father, Alois. Alois is his father was Alois Hitler. He was the love child between a Rothschild and one of their servants. And essentially, so he was protected. And essentially, he had a very quick rise to power and was elected at 98% of the German Workers' Party. Then essentially, had World War II, but a lot of blame could be put on him. And essentially, he could just escape in a U-boat to, and this isn't just a theory, there are people who said, I was there when Hitler got off his U-boat and lived some time in Argentina and Paraguay. And so basically, you can make boogeymen out of people. The same thing could have been done with Osama bin Laden. I think there are a lot. I mean, that's a protected family. The bin Laden family is very protected. If you look at what happened after 9/11, they were escorted out of the country on private planes on September 12th, 2001. Those are just not normal things. So I think it's important to raise these questions and discuss them. I agree, but if you discuss this in the mainstream, you're seen as a kook. And I just we are talking German. Like you don't know what the light ones are?
The lives of the most famous band of all time, telling a magnificent and emotional story through its operatic proceedings. Sometimes a Spotify playlist I put on might play just one song, and I immediately have to stop it and listen to the whole album from start to finish. There is no other correct way to experience Abbey Road than this. What stands out the most about the EP is the cover, which is so simplistic yet so unforgettable. Every part seems perfectly in place, as if changing one thing would be defacing a piece of priceless art, planned as carefully as if it had been painted by hand. What's fun is that the cover was forged entirely by accident. We actually have several of the other photos taken that day, and what we see in that roll is the four wheels continuously crossing the road in snapshots that feel totally wrong, absolutely not worthy of an album cover, until finally, the perfect image appears totally out of the blue. But at the time, no one really knew this. For many decades, Beatle fans around the world saw this image as if it were an artifact from the Da Vinci Code. It needed to be analyzed and understood. Clues needed to be discovered and broken down to uncover what it was really all about.
Sir Bruce. I'm not doing it. Anybody a fan of boxer brief compression shorts? Yeah, it's like standard. I hope people sleep. I try to take some tablets. It's not garbage.
And to me, and those fans that searched for meaning found something that would shock the world. What the fuck? Yes, on the cover of Abbey Road, Paul McCartney isn't wearing shoes. When this was first uncovered shortly after the album's release, conspiracy theorists and college stoners across the world agreed that this could only mean one thing. In 1966, the real Paul McCartney died in a car accident. The remaining three Beatles, possibly with the assistance from the British government, chose to cover up his death and seek a lookalike replacement to fill his place. The replacement chosen, whose name was either William Campbell or William Shears, filled in the dead Beatles spot perfectly. And in the remaining 3 years, with high clues on their album seeking to reveal the truth about what really happened. Now, I hate to burst anyone's bubble here, but none of this is actually true. Paul McCartney is still alive, he still makes albums, and the most horrific revelation of all, he still wears shoes. But for many years after the Beatles broke up, and again after the invention of the internet, many people believed that he was, in fact, dead to your name. To this day, French eccentrics are still trying to prove
Oh
that
god, this one sucks.
tell-all books,
This is
documentaries
like
trying
that
to
all
reveal the
too.
Beatles.
Let's look some fucking rabbi.
Today, I would like to take a deep dive into
This is stupid. What is it? God damn it, I know this. Entertainment tonight. Go crazy.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of It's Scary with Sean and Carrie. I'm the kitchen for Sean.
And I'm the very titular Carrie.
It's the show that takes you inside the unbelievable, the unexplainable, the macabre, and the bizarre and tries to find an answer. Hello, Caroline.
Hi.
What are we getting into this week? First of all, listeners, we should tell you this episode is being brought to you by Static Era Records, our friends in downtown Milford. We will hear more about the outbreak. But the reason that Joe Reason came on board with this episode is it's another music-focused episode. Last time we worked with Static Era was on our Elvis is Dead episode, and we have another much exaggerated report of celebrity death.
I think there's more to this song, though, interestingly enough.
Really?
Yeah.
Even though there's no actual depth to talk about.
So you're just coming into this completely against it.
Yes, I don't think that Paul McCartney died. Okay, Caroline, tell the listener what we'll be discussing on today's episode of Ain't This Scary.
This topic is actually very special to me. It's one of my favorite conspiracy theories. But to begin here, we're going to have to get back, way back. John, if you asked me when I was 5 years old what my favorite movie was, I would have probably quickly responded, Help. It's the second film, released in 1965. Maybe Beauty and the Beast or Crybaby, if I was feeling fickle at the time.
Probably still a top 5 film for you?
Oh yeah, it's definitely a comfort movie. My copy of Help at the time, which was taped off of the TV, containing all the requisite early 90s commercials, was so well worn that I probably learned just about every line in the movie, and I could probably quote it even better than I could Shaun of the Dead. I don't know. I think I've seen it more times.
Shaun of the Dead, you can do the whole script, basically.
I know, but I think I could do it too. My dad, a huge Beatles fan, had taped the film at some point, and I don't know what made him decide to show it to me. Again, one of my favorite movies was John Waters' Crybaby, so my parents had a weird sense of what a child would enjoy.
Well, they clearly wanted to form your sexual identity very
Well, I'll get to that. But again, I immediately latched onto this movie. I'm not sure what exactly made me love it so much, because I much preferred it to the Beatles' more critically acclaimed debut, A Hard Day's Night. Nor wasn't exactly understanding that kind of James Bond eerie pastiche that they were doing at the time.
It's pretty decent way.
But something about Help just stuck with me. The songs, it was just so funny, and of course, it heavily featured the man I thought I would marry at the time, young Beatle Paul McCartney, of course, dreaming. Yes, toddler Caroline was absolutely in love with the Cupid. His sleepy eyes, his sweet smile, and I thought he had the best singing voice of the lot. He was my pure, non-sexual child's interpretation of the perfect man. When I found out later that the film had been made 30 years before, and it's been on 60 years since it was released. Now the cute, young left-handed bassist had now become, in comparison, an old man. It was the first time that I truly understood the concept of aging and the power of film to preserve a moment of time. Before then, I'd only really been in the world itself for a few years, and I hadn't experienced seeing those around me grow old. They were either already old, still old, or they weren't. But that maturing was what made me understand, like the concept of mortality, not just getting older. It was a big thing for me, and I still remember that revelation to this day.
A real icon for nice things don't last forever.
Kind of, yeah.
All things must pass.
Pretty well. I never did stop loving Paul. I loved his writing, preferring his sometimes saturated-styled and sometimes brutal or bizarre lyrics of John Lennon.
Yeah, John Lennon. Paul's music, grandma shit.
Grandma, baby. I also prefer his lighter, smoother voice to John's more nasal tones.
He's more of a storyteller, too, with his songs than John is. John is
I love the story, we know that.
especially late John songs are like very avant-garde,
Yes.
artsy.
It's generally always been cooler to like John Lennon more in recent years. I found it's a cool thing to refer to George a lot. I never stopped being a Paul girl. Clearly, because later on I ended up marrying a certain cute, left-handed bassist with sleepy eyes and a sweet smile. Some things are just ingrained in me, I guess.
Although I don't know. If I was one of the Beatles, I don't know if I'm a Paul McCartney.
You're not the quiet not the asshole. You're not Ringo Paul.
John's also like the impish.
Yeah, but he's not cute. The ear makes sense.
Yeah, those are superficial things.
Well, anything to a child is superficial.
It can't be a George because he's just, an Eeyore.
He's definitely more. And Ringo was. Everyone liked him, so maybe you are a Ringo, but you would have to be a Ringo that's also like writing songs.
I'd like to be under the sea. We might as well mention here that we watched that whole 8-hour Get Back video where you're getting
My enduring love of Paul was by learning about the Paul is Dead conspiracy before a huge one that almost rocked my mind as hard as the concept of aging did. It was early on in my deep internet research days, probably like early high school, when I started researching all the weird mysteries and strange stuff that makes me. I'd never heard of Paul is Dead until this point, and I will admit, it freaked me out when I did.
Did you latch on to it?
I was definitely titillated by it. It was like creepy and weird, but interesting. And over Thanksgiving, Disney Plus finally released the long discussed Get Back, which is Peter Jackson's re-edit of the 1969 video recordings of the Beatles' Let It Be album sessions. And we watched it. We watched the whole thing already.
It was great to see the first, I believe these were the first sessions that included the live-action double of Paul McCartney.
I think we were both very moved by the experience of watching this very immersive documentary.
Yes, 100%. It was amazing. It made me emotional. Made me very happy to watch. It's made by Peter Jackson. It's clear that he's a really, really big fan of the Beatles, so it's not made like somebody wanted to be a movie or even 3 movies. It's just immersively kind of sitting with the Beatles over the course of a month in a way that definitely feels slow if you're not a fan of band vocals.
Yeah, I actively cried a few times. It was like watching two people, once deeply in love, but in memory, fall apart, but still find sparks here and there of what made them soulmates in the first place at the time, right? Things in turn. It was sad and moving and kind of amazing to watch them just sort of mess around and be kids too, because they were so young. And I never had thought of them as younger than me, because I grew up with watching them. But now I'm older than all of them were, I think, when the band were back, which is
And the two of them were fight at any point in the documentary.
not very badly, no.
I think the only argument I can think of that happens is between Paul and George.
Yeah, there is a point where I think John's doing some stuff off camera and he doesn't show up and everything. That really affects Paul, but yeah, they're not really doing much on it.
They just have, it's very clear that both of them have other shit going on, especially John has other shit going on that's not the Beatles, and maybe the Beatles and Paul is like top priority.
Oh, definitely. So this experience is what got me thinking about this whole conspiracy theory once in a while.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, sorry. Maybe the Beatles and Paul's live-action double aren't, the top priority.
This week, for Beatles fans and non-Beatles fans alike, but for non-Beatles fans, like, are you okay? What do you think? The idea that the real Paul McCartney, the one that played in Hamburg with the Beatles, had written dozens of classic songs with John Lennon, and had smiled at me from the movie screen in Help, died tragically in late 1966, was secretly replaced by a look and sound alike through the end of the band's career, and is still masquerading as the real Paul to this day.
Oh, so I'm sure we'll get into it, but that means the double at least also appears in Magical Mystery too.
Yes, and yeah, we do get into that. Now, this may sound insane, but as someone who's a bit obsessed with rock, it's really fascinating no matter what you believe. And I think it will be for non-fans too. So for this episode, we're going to use a variety of different references that I will call out either throughout or at the end. But overall, I'm also going to be referencing the book The Walrus Was Paul by R. Gary Patterson.
God, that's been haunting rather than for months.
Yeah, well, I needed the time to get into this because there's a lot of clips that I listened to so much backwards music the last few days.
Well, you looked at me with something approaching despair today.
And again, as we mentioned before, this episode is also sponsored by one of our favorite record stores, Static Era Records. You can check them out in Milford, Connecticut, and at staticerarecords.com. Let them know that you can see research. So let me take you down to strawberry fields where nothing is real. Let's investigate the Great Beetle Death Hoax.
Emphasis on numbers.
In the prologue to this conspiracy, we have a rumor from early 1967 which claimed that Paul McCartney had died in a traffic accident along the M1 motorway on January 7th. In the February issue of the Beatles monthly book, The Official Beatles Fan Club magazine, a rebuttal to the rumor was printed, quote, "Stories about the Beatles are always flying around Fleet Street. The 7th of January was very icy with dangerous conditions on the M1 motorway, linking London with the Midlands, and toward the end of the day, a rumor swept London that Paul McCartney had been killed in a car crash on the M1. Of course, there was absolutely no truth in it at all, as the Beatles press officer found out when he telephoned Paul's St. John's Wood home and was answered by Paul himself. He had been home all day with his black Mini Cooper safely locked up in the garage."
That's interesting. I always would have thought that this thing kind of ballooned out of retrospect. Like, oh, at this point, I bet Paul died. As opposed to, there was an icy morning when a rumor started that Paul McCartney died, and then
This is the first McCartney death rumor, but the next one, and the main one, the Paul is dead conspiracy, is a little different. And it supposedly happened earlier in November 1966.
so that is all interesting.
Now, Paul had been in an accident on his motorbike sometime around this point, which we'll discuss later. But with McCartney's rebuttal, the rumor kind of just became a blip on the radar.
Was that the remembers my death and greatly exaggerated?
No, I think he said that later. When again, we had death rumors. The real thing that the Paul is Dead conspiracy began on September 17, 1969, in a school newspaper of all places. In an article titled, "Is Beatle Paul McCartney Dead?" in the Drake Times Delphic, student Tim Harper first put forth
It's a one-word article either way.
and like, yeah, what? You know, there's no internet. You can't check on these things. Tim Harper first put forth the theory that Paul McCartney had died and was secretly replaced by an imposter, possibly his brother, Michael. Harper began the article by saying, "Lately on campus, there has been much conjecturing on the present state of Beatle Paul McCartney." So according to him, he wasn't the first to come up with this conspiracy, but we don't have any other sources for the beginning of it.
Okay.
Unlike the original death rumor from 1967, Harper's theory also included the juicy tidbit that the remaining Beatles had been placing clues about the truth in their music for die-hard fans to discover. Among his initial clues were points about the cover of the album Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, supposed clues in songs like "I'm the Walrus" and "Revolution Number 9" and more.
And these were things that, apart from any rumors of anyone's death, fans were already taking part in trying to find some kind of deeper meaning. Almost always was there, right?
Yeah. With the inclusion of these supposed clues, this theory became like an ARG for anyone who owned a Beatles album. They could play the songs themselves and see what they could interpret, or examine the album covers for clues. I mean, everyone loves a good mystery, right? This is like Hunt a Killer before that even.
It's great. It's really what art is supposed to do. Whether there's an actual message in there or not.
I'll go into the clues in our this episode. But first, we'll talk about how this story snowballed from this somewhat obscure Midwestern college newspaper. Late the same month, the Beatles released their album Abbey Road, which would be the last recorded by the band, thanks to the shift in the date of releasing Let It Be was not last released. On October 10th and 11th of 1969, papers from New Jersey and California reported on the rumor, relaying an official statement from the Beatles spokesman Derek Taylor. Quote, recently we've been getting a flood of inquiries asking about reports that Paul is dead. We've been getting questions like that for years, of course. But in the past few weeks, we've been getting them at the office and home night and day. They also relayed an official statement from McCartney himself. I am alive and well. Now, he was uncharacteristically out of the media at this point. These couple months, which didn't help this was spreading. It's not quite certain how it happened, but somehow between mid-September and early October, the rumor of McCartney's death and the subsequent cover-up had spread from this random college newspaper back to the Beatles themselves. All of this happened without the internet.
Yeah, I love watching that.
For 2 weeks.
Double-edged sword, too, because it allows people to research stuff. And so there would probably also be strong current of voices and wherever you found the all you could find comments. This is fucking dumb.
Everything really exploded, however, on October 12th, 1969. On this date, a caller named Tom phoned into Detroit radio station WKNR-FM and told disc jockey Russ Gibb about the rumor and all the clues he had gathered, both from the original Harper article and by himself from pouring over the others. Tom explained what happened himself in the acknowledgement section of the Walrus's call. Quote, I first heard the rumors about the clues from friends on a college campus in Ypsilanti, Michigan. So many of the clues I put together myself. I spent 2 hours live on WKNR call-in line reciting the clues, and I visited the station about an hour later with 2 friends along for fun. By then, McCartney himself had already called WKNR from Scotland in quite a state of rage, I hear, trying to put a stop to the story. So Gibb and the other callers discussed the conspiracy for another hour, and they ended up assembling even more clues. 2 days.
If Paul McCartney's calling the radio station, why don't you just put him on the air?
Maybe he didn't want me.
Well, then you're shooting yourself in the foot, Paul.
Yeah. The Michigan Daily published a satirical review of the recent release Abbey Road 2 days later, written by University of Michigan student Fred Laborde, who had heard the Russ Gibb radio program. The review was titled McCartney Dead, New Evidence Brought to Light. And that must have been traumatizing to anyone reading it for the first time without knowing the rumors. You know, like the Beatles fan.
That was an album, and he had this satire.
I think so. Labor's review, his review identified further clues from the Beatles album covers, including the now iconic Abbey Road photograph of the band crossing the street in front of the studio. Because of its contents, the review was reprinted extensively, first in Detroit, then it spread to Chicago, and then it was on both coasts by the weekend.
Wait, from a college paper? That's so funny.
WKNR aired a 2-hour special, The Beatle Plot, on October 19th. And WABC in New York City picked it up right after. WABC DJ Rabbi discussed the rumor on air in the early morning hours of October 21st. And this is kind of something that really only applies to the olden days, so to speak, but by a quirk of radio, at that particular time of the night, the WABC signal was able to extend their countries. Canada or something. Because of this, the rumor spread insanely quickly in all directions from those who had been listening to WABC that night. It probably helped that it was October, so the spooky story was fun for rock DJs to discuss on air for holiday season. literally dispatched radio host
Allegedly.
Alex Bennett to the
What?
Beatles
Put him in
and
the
Ford
deep fake, kid.
headquarters in London.
I was my arm shot out
October
already.
23rd.
Had down who the was on the way through, but I have to not go back to the next to another way. Bill fucking Murray Sanders.
He actually got a statement
You know
from
what the fuck I'm saying?
the
She hasn't seen
Star.
her number.
Quote,
And then she hasn't seen her number. And when I said,
Lennon told original radio station WKNR that the rumor was insane, but good publicity for the new album. On Halloween 1969, WKBW in Buffalo, New York, broadcast Paul McCartney is alive and well. Maybe. Analyzing the clues to the theory and concluding that the Paul is Dead conspiracy was
so
originally fabricated by John.
really? Shut up.
Spring 1969.
Secretly not
Stupid
officially.
hot. This bitch is stupid hot. But actually, stupid hot is out in Rock Valley. Like you, stupid hot. Hey, what the fuck is this shit? You got a huge amount of it right here. Allegedly. What? Yeah, it could have been a deep fake, kids. That's my arm like Sean Anthony Moody.
Which was a pseudonym for his police
Oh,
and
yeah,
he
but
got
then
himself
the
as a Feliciano.
the fucking Mary Sun in the universe, you don't fucking have to. I can say I'm what? It's not that. Let's go. Yo, this was really great. You were like, hey, Don.
A less good one was We're All Pallbearers. Parts 1 and 2 by Zacharias and His Tree People.
When you say that, Jared, I want you to listen to the chorus. It slaps a little bit.
Smart. Your type of music.
What fun.
Two more were The Ballad of Paul by The Mystery Tour and Brother Paul by Billy Shears and the All-Americans. Both band names played off clues in the conspiracy, which again, we'll get into. One song even became a minor hit, St. Paul by Terry Knight.
Wait a second. So Long Paul wasn't a hit?
No, but oddly, this song, St. Paul, even became a clue itself because due to the usage of a bit of Hey Jude in the song, McCartney and Lennon's Maclen Music ended up taking publishing ownership of the song, becoming the only non-Lennon-McCartney song to be owned by their publishing company. Obviously, that stuck out to people, especially since Knight had met Paul McCartney previously, having even sat in on one notable White Album recording session where Ringo temporarily left the band. Had Terry Knight been hand-selected by the band to deliver even more super news? Well, to me, I don't know. To me, the song either sounds like kind of a straightforward rumination about the actual Apostle St. Paul, or a metaphor for how Knight possibly saw during the White Album session that the band was about to fall apart, and Paul McCartney was struggling to be the glue to keep it together. You be the judge. Well, we didn't get the reports.
He mentions Sergeant Pepper, so that feels more like it's about Paul McCartney.
Yes. In Canada, Polydor Records decided to exploit the conspiracy theory by re-releasing a package of the Beatles' pre-fame recordings called Buried Together. If anyone ever finds this at a thrift store, I will pay good money to own this because it's very fun. Likely intending it to be purchased and investigated for clues, the cover shows 4 candles, one of which had been snuffed out. Very sad.
Wait, this was made
Like literally in that October-November time.
it as a knockoff?
To capitalize on this, yes.
Yeah, but not by anyone connected with the knockoff product.
Yeah, it's basically just their recordings from before they were signed.
Right.
Yeah. November saw a significant increase in sales of the whole Beatles catalog. Perhaps some fans were calmed when Life magazine, on the trail of the Paul is Dead story, showed up to trespass on McCartney's farm in Scotland to see if he was, dead. Well, he was initially furious, but he traded a short interview and cover photo session in return for some initially unflattering photos of him being pissed off, which I think also included him throwing a bucket of water.
It's just the way NBA ALS gel.
The November 7th cover story, called Paul is Still With Us, posts an image of Paul with his wife Linda and 2 children. It's all good, folks, right?
It seems that way.
Or was he? The article also contained testimony from a Dr. Henry M. Truby of the University of Miami, who had compared voice sonograms from yesterday and Hey Jude, only to find that the voices were not from the same person. And our listeners should know this, but Paul McCartney allegedly sang those voices.
Has anyone ever corroborated that besides that person?
That I don't know.
It sure sounds like Paul McCartney sang the song.
The same doctor, now just to go into his cred a little bit, he had been able to correctly match the voice sonograms of young adults to those of babies crying. So this meant that he could match a person's speaking voice as they grew up to their crying voice as a baby without knowing which was which. So he was good at sonograms, I guess.
Sounds like a good trick. I don't know.
I mean, it was like full accuracy. November also saw the airing of a Paul is Dead special TV broadcast on New York's WOR. Really? Paul McCartney, the complete story told for the first and last time, was set in a courtroom and hosted by celebrity lawyer F. Lee Bailey.
Yeah, from OJ.
Yes, listeners may know that he would go on to join the O.J. Simpson defense team and be portrayed by Nathan Lane in American Crime Story.
And we previously mentioned him in Martin Preschool.
Maybe he was involved in some
West Memphis 3.
He's always floating around. Bailey cross-examined theorists like Fred Laborde and Russ Gibb and heard opposing views from witnesses like Beatles manager Alan Klein and Peter Asher, McCartney's personal friend, brother of his fiancée Jane Asher, and a musician in his own right. No video of this special still exists, which may make some shout cover up.
It doesn't need to be real for someone to want to cover it up. There's that photo that Beyonce haven't taken off the internet.
Well, there's audio still, so here's a clip of sound uploaded by YouTuber Winged Beetle, who we will definitely be discussing again.
For some time, and its associates are constantly trying to inform us of that fact. On the other hand, those who claim to be close to the Beatles say there's nothing at all to it. Paul was very much alive, and nobody ever tried to suggest anything that we could hear from those witnesses. What they have to say, there is no jeopardy in this case because it was a joke. side. Paul McCartney is dead, and he's not dead. He's trying to persuade us he is so. For what reason?
I'm not sure if that sound is from the Winged Beetle or from the original broadcast, but it's pretty cool.
You do see that the Winged Beetle has a gavel backing, so he might have added the gavel sound as well. But I do like to imagine that he was able to turn. He's in a courtroom set, right? So I like to imagine he turned and motioned to the judge's chair. So there is no judge.
Oh, yes, so good. It probably didn't help that pretty soon after this whole fracas, the Beatles publicly fell apart. They were recording as solo artists, and though John had privately disclosed he was quitting the band, the breakup was publicly announced in April 1970 when McCartney released his surprise solo album, McCartney. Eventually, presumably, the furor died down once people had the band itself to mourn, and the rest of Beatles history played out. Lennon was tragically murdered. Harrison was stabbed, survived, but died soon after of cancer. And now just Ringo Starr, McCartney, or his double, anyway. So we'll get out our Beatles finals, discuss the legend, and dissect all the most famous blues after break.
Ooh! Musical detectives. This episode of Agent Scary with Sean and Carrie is brought to you by our favorite record store, Static Era Records. If you're local to us in Connecticut or even coming in from New York, you can find their retail storefront just a short walk away from the Metro North stop in downtown Milford, Connecticut, where you can bring in your own records to sell and trade or just browse them. If you'd like to buy some of their records online, which we absolutely encourage you to do, go to staticerarecords.com. Because the owner, Jay Reason, also runs the Static Era record label and prints a lot of great Connecticut and New York hardcore stuff out of there, as well as revived out of movie soundtracks. Like they have a great pressing of Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead, with like From Time to Dog paint splatters all over it. And then you got albums from bands like Husbandry, In This Moment, and more. You can find classics there too, from Rob Zombie to Springsteen to the Beatles. So, you can go check out those LP sleeves for some clues. Check out Static Era at staticerarecords.com and on Instagram and Facebook at Static Era Records. And don't forget to tell Jay that Agent Scary sent you. Welcome back. Last week, left King Caroline had set the stage, the conspiratorial stage, on the fertile ground for rumors to start spreading as after the Beatles had broken up in 1970. And now we're going to get into all those clues that the band supposedly left us about their dead former leader.
And I know I've been teasing the clues themselves for this whole time, and now we're here. For me, this story made sense to first go through chronologically, analyze the spread of the hysteria, and then double back with that context for all of the clues. And there are a lot of clues, and they might seem a little crazy, but fans were able to piece together a narrative of the real Paul McCartney's death, so to speak, and it always goes something like this. On late November 8th, or very early morning, November 9th, 1966, McCartney had an argument with his bandmates during a recording session for, I believe, what would be Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Drove off in a fury. He crashed the car, possibly after picking up a pretty young hitchhiker who, upon realizing who her famous driver was, threw her arms around him, distracted him. And he was killed in the crash. Probably both of them.
She didn't recognize Paul McCartney until they were on the road.
Like if she had a closer look.
Catches his face in the beams of an oncoming car.
So he was killed in this crash, decapitated, in fact. And yes, that's an important part.
Are you saying he blew his mind out in a car?
No spoilers, Sean. To spare the public from grief, thinking mass suicides would take place if the world found out, Beatles conspired with MI5 and decided it was best if the death was covered up.
Very important for national security, of course.
Not security, but again, they thought mass suicides would happen. And there was some precedent because there were suicides, which we talked about when Tina died. So it has happened.
I actually believe there were a few after Kurt Cobain's suicide.
Yes.
Although I might
That's one reason.
I might be a comic book creature.
No, there were, yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's more that weren't noted as this person died. I'm sure people killed themselves after Jim Morrison died or whatever. So they covered up the death. Not only that, McCartney was secretly replaced. They tapped the winner of a McCartney lookalike contest, which
What a journey!
the name is usually given as William Shears Campbell. They gave him some plastic surgery and turned him into fake Paul, as the believers in the conspiracy call him.
Why do conspiracy? It's funny the conspiracy theorists name too short names so often because it seems like
Instead of writing fake Paul out.
it seems like they have all the time in the world on their hands.
Well, they had to know which one was which. Because of their deep guilt, grief, and Lennon in particular's love of clues and wordplay, the band buried clues to lie in the rest of their released music so that fans could possibly finally realize what happened to their idol. Since then, McCartney has been fallen.
That's the part that doesn't like just on its face makes no sense at all. Why would they carry on disguise it but also leave clues? Like you're the Zodiac killer.
I mean, part of it is because Lennon was just a weird guy. He liked weird stuff having to do with like strange words and everything.
Raspberry jab. Raspberry jab.
We'll get into his inspirations, but I mean, there is some pretext for it. It's a wild story, but the clues supposedly bear this version of events out. For the rest of the episode, I suggest that if you have the vinyl albums in question that we're discussing, or maybe CDs, but I think it's probably more likely you have vinyls, take them out and examine them physically for the full 1969 conspiracy experience. If not, Google Images is your friend. And if you're driving, for God's sake, keep your eyes on the road. And I will do my best to explain everything visual so you can go back and check that later if you're so enough. The first major clues come with the release of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, the first album after McCartney's alleged death in November 1966. You don't even have to play the album to see the first clues because there are a shitload within the album art. Here's a list. The whole scene on the iconic album cover is said to resemble a few.
Already know what this album cover looks like, but in case you're in the dark, as I said, not imaging it right now. Like you got the Beatles dressed as the fictional Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. There's the bass drum with that man's name on it. Beatles underneath them, flowers, flower home.
Sure will.
And there's a bunch of famous, largely. Oh, I shouldn't say largely dead, but that's not even true. There's a bunch of famous people.
The whole scene on the iconic album cover is said to resemble a funeral with flowers on a newly dug grave. Wax figures of the old Beatles look sadly on, while the new Beatles, Paul in the middle of course, stand in the center of the image. Many of those in the crowd on the album cover died young or tragic deaths, including our boy Edgar Allan Poe, comedian Lenny Bruce, writer Dylan Thomas, Marilyn Monroe, James Dean, former Beatles Stuart Sutcliffe, and more.
They were also like Bob Dylan.
I said many, I didn't say all. There are two interesting figures behind Paul, the Paul wearing uniform in the middle, and these are comedian Issy Vaughn and writer Stephen Crane.
Issy Vaughn from Insecure on HBO.
Disarray. Issy Vaughn is holding his hand above Paul's head open, which apparently is supposed to signify death or religious benediction associated with funerals in certain Far Eastern societies.
Oh, so like he's performing last rites on Walter.
It's hard to find specific references to this in Far Eastern societies outside of like all this conspiracy sites, but I mean, you know, you've definitely seen a priest like raise his hand and praying for people. Stephen Crane is an interesting addition. He wrote a short story named The Open Boat about four men who struggle to survive in a lifeboat. The one most determined to keep the group together dies in the ordeal, and the other three are then left to tell the story.
We're strictly
Don't say me. I'm just getting research. That's all.
But I guess the theory here is really if you grasp at enough straws, eventually they will break the camel's back and look at the back here.
No, we're not at the back yet. We're still in the front. Still in the front. Two other people included in the crowd are Lewis Carroll and Alston Crowley. Carroll is most well known for writing Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, and he was a particular proponent of quirky wordplay and made-up language. Crowley, also known as the Great Beast 666, wrote in his book Magic Book 4 that a follower should, quote, train himself to think backwards by external means, one of which was to listen to photograph records reversed. Both figures will be increasingly important as we get into the Beatles later, more psychedelic lyrics, and alleged backmasking.
Okay, sure, but like again, also like Marlon Brando's here.
I said many.
Stan Laurel.
But they also had people that they were just fans of. The flowers of the grave area also offer some interesting clues. There is a left-handed guitar rendered in yellow hyacinths to the bottom right.
I need to point out that it's not a grave.
It was actually referred to as a grave by the Beatles, like press guy. It was a grave. And it wasn't a grave. It was like a grave.
It looks like a garden to me.
The grave. Paul is, or was, the only member of the Beatles to be a lefty. This is a specifically left-handed guitar. The guitar also only has 3 strings. Is this meant to represent the 3 remaining members of the Beatles? Also, if you trace the letters into the flower sections of the yellow guitar, they apparently spell Paul? Question mark? How can you tell it's a left-handed guitar? It's left-handed. I mean, it's situated to the left.
If Paul picked it up as it is right now.
Yes. A statue of the Indian goddess Kali sits in the direct bottom middle of the image. Kali is a symbol of rebirth and regeneration. The red flowers in the image spell out Beatles, not the Beatles, and often the band goes by Beatles for the rest of their career together. Is this supposed to represent that they're not the Beatles anymore without Paul, but just some Beatles?
What was the title of their album after this again? No, their next LP. Oh, that's right. It was the Beatles.
I said often. They often go by just Beatles.
The title of the album is The Beatles.
The iconic bass drum design with the album's name on it, right in the middle of the image, was credited to a visual artist named Joe F. Grave. It's Ephgrave. But there's been speculation that he didn't actually exist, and it's hard to find any other work of his, and that's true. I tried. There is also a thought that the surname F. Grave was used as a shortened version of Epitaph Grave. So,
That old chip.
The drum also delivers more clues. When a mirror is placed on its edge in the center of lonely hearts, a hidden message is revealed. 1-ONEIX, he died. Some have interpreted this to mean 11-9, he died. Now, of course, if he had died on November 9th, Britain would have used 9/11, he died for November 9th, but then that brings us to 9/11, and that's a whole other can of worms. So let's just keep it at 11-9, he died.
11-9, he died.
Between this and some evidence that Paul McCartney really was involved in a non-fatal motorbike accident around November 9th, 1966, it's become the supposed date of the real Paul's death.
But that wasn't even a car wreck. I thought he died in a car wreck that took his head off.
Okay, I'm just saying. Paul in his blue uniform is playing black clarinet while the other violists are playing brass instruments, black instead. It's also a weird thing to be playing in a marching band, I guess.
I disagree with everything you just said. Even in a marching band, they all have clarinets. The French horn and trumpet there would usually traditionally be brass, right? George is not holding a brass instrument, he's holding a flute and silver, like flutes usually are.
Well, okay.
And Paul's holding a black clarinet.
Black equals 10.
Black 98%
Sean. To the right of the group is a ghoulish-looking grandmother sitting on a chair, and it is ghoulish-looking. On its lap is a doll of Shirley Temple wearing a Welcome the Rolling Stones St. Martin, supposedly the car Paul crashed in his video. Dummy also wears a white driver's glove on its left hand. Again, Paul was famously a left-handed. And this glove appears to be stained with red, possibly blood. Sean?
Here's what I want to do. No, we're not done. Go ahead.
Well, now we go back. There's probably more, so those are the main ones.
There's a lot less here. We got all the lyrics. And we got a photograph of the boys still in their little uniforms. John is got his hand down his pants. And his jacket all the way up. But other than that, they're instruments down. They're relaxing.
Ringo, John, and George stand facing the camera while only Paul stands with his back to the camera. Is this supposed to symbolize that he's different than the other three? Or maybe it's to cover up the fact that the Paul scene on the front and back covers is actually a cardboard cutout used while William Shears Campbell was undergoing his plastic surgery. Some people think this because Paul seems taller than the rest of these images, whereas in earlier footage and photos pre-November 1966, he's about the same height as John and George. It's weird to have a growth spurt in your mid-20s.
On the back cover, he looks like he's standing well in front of the
It's a thing that will happen, keep happening, he still keeps being drawn.
Paul, the only striking thing about this to me really is that, because again, the thing on the front page is being part of it. It's striking that Paul is facing the opposite direction of them. I think that's the whole.
Well, it's not the only thing, Sean, because the back cover is blood red, symbolizing, you guessed it, blood.
Is ours just faded because this is warm?
Again, I mean, it's a light red. The song title, Within Me, Without You, is across Paul's back, with the lyrics suggesting that he never glimpsed the truth till he passed away.
Yeah, and the words pass away are across John's face, which is interesting.
Ooh, spookier. George kind of awkwardly has his finger pointing up in the image directly at the lyrics Wednesday morning at 5 o'clock as the day begins from the song She's Leaving Home. Was this when Paul got in this fatal crash, or perhaps when the rest received the news? Ironically, November 9th, 1966 was indeed Wednesday. When the album covers opened, you are right on track, Sean. We see the group sitting and all facing the camera. Paul is wearing an arm patch on his uniform that seems to read OPD. In Britain, OPD stands for Officially Pronounced Dead. It's their equivalent of America's DOA. Paul later said that it was a patch from the Ontario Police Department. He was even wrong about that, because in reality it looks to be a patch from the Ontario Provincial Police, with the last P looking like a D in the picture. Or maybe he said OPD.
You know what, LPP?
Now finally, we get to the actual music. In the title song, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, we get these lyrics.
So Paul's gone and Wendy Shears is here.
So is Paul or Fall? So I'm trying to saying that because they didn't want to stop the show and the Beatles, they replaced the singer with Billy Shears, who they're officially introducing on this album.
Well, I think they're doing a silly bit because the person he's introducing isn't even. That's Paul introducing someone else singing, who's Ringo.
The song then fades into With a Little Help from My Friends, which famously begins with the band singing Billy Shears.
And so, the people who subscribe to this podcast, I mean, this conspiracy theory, literally believe that the double's name was William Shears.
Yeah.
And they just put it right into the song.
The song asks, what if I sang out of tune? I'll try not to sing out of key. Well, with a little help from Paul's friends, Ringo, John, and George, Paul will get by with his roots.
He's not singing, Ringo is. He's singing
Yes.
This is one of the only ones he doesn't sing.
The song Lovely Rita just might be about the hitchhiker Paul picked up that preempted his fatal accident called Rita. The song also has this eerie lyric in context. Took her home, I nearly made it. Were they killed before they could reach home?
I think that's about almost having sex.
Or were they killed, Sean? The song A Day in the Life is supposed to have several clues, the main being lyrics. Blew his mind out in a car, he didn't notice that the lights had changed. A crowd of people stood and stared, they'd seen his face before. Is this talking about Paul's car accident and head trauma or decapitation, and that he was a famous man when he died? John Lennon later said this portion of the song was about Guinness heir Tara Brown, a friend of McCartney's who died in a car accident. The same Tara Brown was, weirdly, with Paul McCartney at the time of his rumored actual motorbike accident. Here's the story behind that, by the way, as recounted in the book McCartney by Chris Samwitz. McCartney and Brown were at Paul's brother's house when they shared a joint and a few drinks. They decided to take a pair of mopeds to visit Paul's aunt Beth, but shortly before arriving at her house, Paul lost control of his motorbike and was thrown over the handlebars into the street.
What are you, Kendall Roy?
He landed on his face with some serious injuries. A private doctor was called, and a scar would eventually remain on his upper lip. Unless, of course, it was a scar left over from Paul's plastic surgery. Either way, the scar emerged around the same time.
So are they saying the motorbike accident was just a convenient excuse for the plastic surgery scar?
So Brown got into 2 accidents on the road late in 1966, and one of which was fatal.
Can I say, you've seen what people look like when they get plastic surgery today. You can usually, I'm sure there's some people getting work that I can't tell, right? And I just don't know about it because I can't tell. But I feel like usually
there are many tumblers that show that you can tell.
I feel like usually you can tell. Oh, you're saying there's many tumblers showing pictures of like
comparison.
slipping.
So that was just Sgt. Pepper's. If the remaining Beatles really were leaving hints, these were a hell of a lot of breadcrumbs. The trail would not stop there. Next for fans to peruse was the Beatles' late 1967 release, Magical Mystery Tour, the accompanying BBC TV film of the same name. There's a lot here, folks, so take out your Magical Mystery Tour vinyl and strap in. First, again, we'll start with the album art. We've gone fully psychedelic with this one, sporting rainbows, bright colors, fat 60s fonts.
Well, these are costumes they wear in the TV special, right? I've never seen this one.
It's not good as evidence. The 4 band members are wearing full animal costumes. A white hippo, a white rabbit, a white chicken, and a black walrus.
This, I feel like, is technically considered one of their albums because it's a soundtrack to a TV special.
I think you're thinking of Yosemite. That's where the soundtrack is. Yosemite has some score parts too. So guess who it's said to be in the walrus costume? Paul, of course, because black equals death, Sean.
You mean fall.
Paul, yes. We were so Allegedly, according to some Scandinavian cultures, the walrus is a harbinger of death, and the word walrus was supposedly derived from the word corpse in Greek.
First of all, I can kind of believe that because I think of the animal Scandinavian folks would see a lot. They might be one of the more devil-like ones. He's got big tusks. He's very large and scary.
I couldn't find anything non-Paul is Dead related about that, but again, it's mentioned on like every Paul is Dead article in sight, so it may just be drowning it out if it does exist.
So, once again, it's like the what was the John Podesta thing with that artist where people were like, oh, this is a reference to an ancient, to like a satanic ritual.
Yes. And maybe this is ancient Greek as well, but the word corpse in Greek is toma. I don't even know if I'm saying that right. So not walrus, or anything sounding like walrus. Lenin claimed that he was the one in the walrus costume, but admittedly that's hard to believe because the chicken is the one wearing Lenin's signature circular glasses. You would assume that was him.
Well, they did like to throw you off.
Well, we'll get into walruses a little more in a minute. If you trace lines over the letters in beetles, spelled out in yellow stars, again, just beetles, not bee beetles, Sean, and hold it up to a mirror, a phone number supposedly became visible. And, if you do this in different ways, you can supposedly get a few different phone numbers out of it. 537-1438 or 231-7438, etc. Some claimed that if you called the correct number, you could tell the caller it
Please tell me we have an audio recording of that.
Others swore the number led to a funeral home, while others claimed that someone stating their name was Billy Shears picked up quizzed them on Beatles trivia. If you called at Wednesday morning at 5 o'clock, perhaps you would receive the truth about Paul's death. One phone number, of the ones you could get out of this, apparently belonged to a journalist for The Guardian who was going nuts answering calls from those hoping to talk to Harvey or maybe his ghost.
Or his body double.
Yes.
Shears. I love that Shears is in the Beatles actively at this time and also just loves Beatles trivia. Just loves quizzing random callers.
And Harvey's a fan.
First and foremost. If that was true, I always love a fuzzy. There was an old adventure game where you had to, at one point, one of the clues was a phone number, and you could call the phone number, and a voice on the other end would tell you the next thing you have to do. I always love tie-ins like that. That is very, very cool. If the Beatles had actually done that, they'd be cool.
There is something, first, there was the phone number in Lucha Libre, Lucha Underground. Whose phone number was it?
Cage. It was Cheetah.
No.
Oh, no, it was,
It was the phone number he always said.
544. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a real one, yeah. And also in Animal Crossing, in a more recent game, at a certain time on Saturday, I think it's like 3 a.m., you turn on the TV and whatever your house is, and you get like a weird alien on the TV.
That is fun.
So there's a decent amount on the cover, not as much as Sgt. Pepper, but there is a lot going on with that cover.
This is a very simple cover. It's just the four of them.
Well, it's simple for being romantic.
Four of them in weird costumes, and then it's a bunch of stars.
Well, let's take a look at the original LP's 24-page color booklet insert that came with the album, because of course that will have a lot. This booklet contained photos taken from the TV special, as well as the song list. On the song list, underneath the words, "I am the walrus," a weird little note reads, "No, you're not," said little Nicola. This happens again in a cartoon on page 3. Is this supposed to mean that John was lying when he said he was the walrus? Or that the Paul inside the walrus costume wasn't real Paul? Another photo in the booklet shows Paul in a military garb, sitting at a desk. A sign in front of him reads, "I was." What kind of reads "I was"? is, but does this mean he was Paul but is no longer?
I knew he was.
It sounds like a George Harrison song.
I was.
Another alleged clue in this picture is that the crossed flags behind Paul are how flags are positioned for military funerals in England. I know. I couldn't find anything besides having your flags and half the noses.
I was quoting Trump.
No, I know. There are also a ton of hands, or open hands, above Paul's head specifically in several photos in the booklet, which goes back to the death symbol I mentioned from the cover of Sgt. Pepper's prayer symbol. Interestingly, no other Beatle is shown with a hand over their head in photos from Magical Mystery Tour or any other album from that matter. There's like at least a half dozen to a dozen of Paul throughout the albums.
And then he once again had the hand over his head, obviously, on the cover.
Yes, and on the cover of the 07. It is a little weird considering how often it happens to Paul, but maybe he just has a fetish for standing on wheels. A couple cartoons of Paul in the booklet are also shown where he's playing with a toy car, and he also has a crack in his head. So I don't think I need to explain these. Paul is barefoot on page 13. In one image of him standing in front of a piano, which will come back again when we discuss Abbey Road. Yes. Bare feet are supposed to signify a corpse, but I'm not sure why.
Again, this only comes out when Paul is dead.
Oh, I've read that it might be because corpses in England are buried without shoes, but that seems like crazy.
Almost certainly true. How could that be true?
I don't know. That's the only explanation I can find.
Is leather so scarce?
Paul's shoes are off to the side in this picture, and what appears to be red stains are on them. Is this supposed to be blood? Or is it just the color bleed from the red bass drum near them? Who knows?
All of these are possibilities.
Speaking of the drum, it appears to read Love with 3 Beatles. Is that because the fourth is dead? On page 23 of the booklet, as well as in the film, the Beatles are shown wearing all white suits and flowers in their lapels. Ringo, John, and George's flowers are red. Paul's is strangely black. Explain this weird little difference. Oh. Yeah, but even if you don't believe in this conspiracy whatsoever, it's a pretty poor excuse. Why would you just happen to have black flowers on hand, considering they don't naturally occur in nature? You'd have to make it. Right. He also gets handed a bouquet of red flowers in the shot. So why did they just use them? Why is he standing there?
Some of this stuff, like I definitely think he made barefoot on the road trip. Because these reports were already alive and well by that time.
By Abbey Road, yes.
So I think,
Yes.
so I think well, the rumors, once they knew about the rumors, I think they probably had fun playing into the nonsense. Because I know they liked writing nonsense there just to get people to.
Actually, I don't think it was. I think Abbey Road came out right before this.
That's very interesting.
Another image in the booklet is of a fisheye lens view of a banquet scene in black and white. You rotate the image 90 degrees and, I don't know, like blur it or squint your eyes. It does seem to look like a ghoulish lens.
No, it looks like a duck. But this way it's a rabbit.
It's one of your Rorschach tests.
Now it's a duck.
In the film, there's a sequence where the Beatles stand in a field between a tree and an old piano. Behind them, a white car speeds down the road. Is this supposed to symbolize Paul's white Aston Martin from the crash?
Was it an Aston Martin even?
I don't know anything about cars. The music in Magical Mystery Tour does contain some of the spookiest Paul's dead clues of the whole lot. We can begin with the song I Am the Walrus, which Lennon later explained as an acid-fueled tribute to another of Lewis Carroll's work, The Walrus and the Carpenter. In this poem, the titular walrus tricks a group of oysters into taking a walk along the beach, eventually becoming victims of his cruel ruse. If Lennon is the walrus, as he sings in the song, is he talking about how he's making the public his gullible oysters in the Paul cover? We'll return to the walrus thing again later. Also in the song is mention of a stupid bloody Tuesday. Perhaps the Tuesday night Paul stormed out of the Beatles recording session never to return. At the very end of the song, during the fade-out, voices can be heard performing the final lines of Act 4, Scene 6 of Shakespeare's King Lear, including the line, "Oh, untimely death." Lennon later explained this away by saying they were doing live theater on BBC Radio at the time, and he decided to just cut in those lines as they were recording. But if you reverse the same section, you get this. What does that sound like to you?
Well, I know from the screen of the YouTube
Well,
video.
that's why I don't like sending these to you ahead of time.
It's supposed to say, "All is dead, ha ha, all is dead, ha ha."
Pretty foolish, huh?
Well, let's listener have their own opinion.
It also just sounds weird thanks to the inherent creepiness of backmasking.
Yeah, and that section forwards just sounds like everybody, everybody. It's already weird.
You may remember the idea of backmasking from our Satanic Panic episodes. It's the belief that musical artists bury hidden messages backwards with music only accessible when the record is played backwards. This is supposed to fit in with Crowley's satanic beliefs because he was made backwards, and also as a subconscious message to the listener.
Like people hear. The most notable example might be the Stairway to Heaven. Like, my sweet saint, my sweet saint.
Yeah, it sounds like something from Twin Peaks. Next, in the fade out of the song Strawberry Fields Forever, we have this.
We can hear that again. I'm very bold.
Oh.
But again, I said this to you earlier as I was pulling this clip. We just watched 8 hours of John Lennon in the studio being very silly. And I think it's more likely that he's just saying, "I'm very bold."
Well, in David Sheff's Playboy interviews with Lennon and Yoko Ono, he asked, "What about that line in I Am the Walrus, I Buried Paul?" Lennon responded, "I said cranberry sauce. Cranberry sauce is all I said." Cranberry sauce. Why was he talking about cranberry sauce then?
Yeah, we just watched 8 hours of him reading their set lists.
Yeah, at least that makes sense. Where did cranberry sauce come from? Reversing the music at the beginning of Blue Jay Way is also supposed to reveal the clue. What do you hear? What do you hear?
That's what I do. I don't hear words.
It's
Let me do it again. Okay. That time I heard Hollywood, Hollywood, no Hollywood.
or did you hear? All is bloody. Paul is bloody. Paul is very bloody.
No, it definitely wasn't that. Hold on.
So I'm trying to show you where it, corresponds.
It's not there. It's not there.
We'll end Magical Mystery Tour with one lyric sung by Paul, or Fall, that may prove to be, stop shaking your head. It may prove to be particularly telling. I don't know why you say God. I say love. Next, next was the White Album, the Beatles' famous double album, released in November 1968. Nothing on the cover to examine here because it is almost purposely like just plain white.
Again, this is not called White Album, it's called The Beatles, even though we've recommended them really enough, they only go by Beatles.
I didn't know, I said often. I said often. Yeah, it has the Beatles on the cover, and that's it. The words, please. There are photos on the inside of the album, thanks to the accompanying poster, and there's a lot to investigate. On the bottom right, there's a photo of Paul looking like he's dancing and clapping his hand, doing something weird. From the right side of the picture, a weird image can be seen, almost like two skeletal, ghostly hands reaching out for Paul.
Can you show me this?
It is in the Paul is Dead folder on the desktop. Bottom right, there's a picture of Paul. It's clapping. You see the two skeletons.
Oh, I see like a little lens flare or something.
Skeletal ghostly hands.
Or this is a photograph of a photographer. It's probably a flare of finish.
On the top left, I think, there's an image of Paul in a bath, which many say resembles a body being cleaned at an autopsy. Could it be Paul's autopsy?
Well, if it's Paul's body being cleaned in an autopsy, so it's Paul's body.
But you only see his head, which may be pertinent because it was decapitated.
This picture at the top, left,
Hey,
of the bath.
yeah, the bath.
You don't just see his head. It's weirdly attached to his neck.
Where is it?
It's his nipple.
Okay, that was my bad.
Young Caroline, eat your heart out.
On the bottom left is a photo, a small square photo, somewhat resembling a clean-cut Paul with horn-rimmed specs and a mustache. It's like a passport photo. Many believers say this is actually William Shears Campbell before he joined the Beatles and got his fall McCartney makeover.
If he has plastic surgery, of course.
He didn't have to look a ton more like Paul because he already did. He won the Paul Lookalike contest. We also see another white car on this poster, symbolizing McCartney's doomed drivers.
Yeah, these are never pictures of Aston Martins. You show the word we're told about the cars that it wasn't.
Right. The record itself has some of the most famous clues both forward and backward on the record. The first part starts with a lyric that left conspiracists frothing at the mouth. In Glass Onion, Lennon sings, I have another clue for you all. The walrus was Paul.
That Glass Onion is a troll song.
This is odd for two reasons. One, the conspiracy hadn't even begun yet since this was recorded in 1968. So why is he talking about people looking for clues, especially those relating to Paul? It is weird.
I don't think so. I the Walrus is a song that John wrote on acid, right? Like fully.
Like, see if it started.
It's fully like a nonsense poem that's meant to be silly, weird imagery and nothing else. And people spend months and months digging through the lyrics looking for hidden meanings. And did that with everything the Beatles made. So here, this is just John having fun at their expense by just stringing a bunch of recursive jokes and references to old Beatles songs and red herrings that don't mean anything for people to pore over and ultimately don't mean anything.
Why is he saying the walrus was Paul here when he insisted that he was both the walrus in the song and on the cover of Magical Mystery Tour?
Because now you're talking about it.
Another Another famous bit is a song integral to the Paul is Dead theory. Another famous bit of the song integral to the Paul is Dead theory is at the end of Lennon's song, I'm So Tired. Muttering can be heard between the end of the song and the beginning of the next, Bernie's Blackbird.
It sounds like
Forwards, it sounds like gibberish, but when you reverse the clip, you get this.
also gibberish. By the way, this clip is, I think it's going to be what it sounds like in forward. You hear like the closer.
Some say listening.
And then you'll hear it reversed, which, where it coalesces into something chill. That sounded like
Well, it's Paul is Dead Man, miss him, miss him, miss him. So you did kind of get miss him. Dead Man, miss him, miss him, miss him.
Yeah, you can hear this more than the last one here. That's better than most Ghost Adventures that you've made. This is where they got that idea, by the way. Oh, people will hear anything and anything. I've never heard it less.
Next, the song Don't Pass Me By, written by Ringo, has one fairly creepy lyric in or out of context. You were in a car crash and you lost your hair. Think I have to explain the relevance of this one?
Asking Mark. Mind asking Mark.
Okay. Near the end of the album is the longest and probably the weirdest Beatles recording ever committed to vinyl, John Lennon's trippy Revolution 9. Listening to this whole song is a struggle because it's not really a song, it's more of a musical acid trip collage. However, the song contains multiple Paul is Dead clues. At the very beginning of the song, you hear a stale voice repeat, number 9, over and over again. When this is reversed, you get
Turn me on, Dead Man.
yes, that's the famous Turn Me On Dead Man, with the dead man being, of course, Paul Harvey.
Why is John telling him to turn him on?
Well, I think that also means, like, give me drugs or do drugs or something. It's like, I'd love to turn you on is also a euphemism for, like, I'd love to do drugs.
Why couldn't, even if he was saying that on purpose, in reverse, why isn't that not just directed at any other ghost who wants to give him drugs?
Because he likes Paul. There's also the sound of a car crash and the man's voice seemingly screaming, get me out, get me out. This is creepy. And just some other weird lines. Freaky, I guess.
I had this wonderful boy. You have to go see a surgeon.
With that audio nightmare behind us, we move on to the much peppier Yellow Submarine, the soundtrack to the Beatles' animated film, released in January 1969. Again, on the cover, as we mentioned, we have a hand held out over cartoon Paul's head. This time, it's John Lennon giving Paul the funeral benediction.
He dressed as the priest on the next album.
There's not much more in the art, surprisingly, but there are a few clues in the songs. In Only a Northern Song, George sings the lyrics. When listening late at night, you may think the band's not quite right. And if you think the harmony is a little dark and out of key, you're correct, there's nobody there. Is the harmony out of key and the band not quite right because the real Paul isn't there, having been replaced by Fall?
Could be.
Let's play a clip now from All Together Now, backwards.
a song that's from the YouTube channel.
Yes. I'm every boy.
That one I can hear. I really only hear it the first time clearly, and then the suggestions there, so I break things I hear. I think is what's happening.
And in the single Lady Madonna, we again get a reference to Wednesday morning. Wednesday morning's papers didn't come.
Wait, there's a lyric for every day in that song, Tuesday.
Well, is this because they decided to cover Paul's death so there weren't any shocking headlines Wednesday morning?
No, I think it's about how she's not paying any of her bills.
Next came Abbey Road, the album released in late September 1969, just before the Paul is dead craze began. And the clues start again right on the cover, kids. You definitely know this cover. It's probably just as iconic as Sgt. Pepper's, if not more so. The four Beatles are crossing the street, the titular Abbey Road, on a crosswalk, walking in a line. Guess what this is supposed to look like? A funeral procession, of course. John is in the front with long hair and a white suit, looking all Jesus-y. He's the preacher, or the Christ figure. Next is Ringo in a plain black suit, the Undertaker. Shush. Paul is third with an outdated suit but no shoes. Again, the whole barefoot thing. He's the only one without shoes.
When people are hit by cars, they are often knocked out of their shoes. They know Paul was supposed to be in the car.
His head was knocked off with the shoes. He's also holding a cigarette, but in his right hand and not his left, which seems like it would be the natural because he's a lefty. Sean, you are a lefty who once smoked. You. How did you hold cigarettes? Did you usually hold them in your dominant hand?
I believe I was ambidextrous with them. You asked me while you were writing this, and I tried to get my head there in time, and I think I would have always lit a cigarette holding it in the left hand, but I think maybe it gets passed back and forth depending on where your hands get stuff.
Also, cigarettes are apparently sometimes known as coffin nails, so you know, somebody coffins and all that.
You wanted to death sticks.
Death sticks. Paul later explained the barefoot thing, but it's a really bad explanation and it doesn't really make any sense. He told Rolling Stone in 1973 that the reason he was barefoot on the album cover was because it was a hot day, so he kicked off his flip-flops and went barefoot.
Well, we just couldn't really afford shoes back then.
Well, wouldn't hot asphalt be unbearably hot in that case? Why wouldn't you keep on your flip-flops? Especially having to walk back and forth on it until getting the right shot. It's weird. Behind him is George in all working man's denim. He is the grave digger.
That's a weirder choice.
In your full suit is completely denim, it's more breathable.
What? A full Canadian tuxedo?
Don't say my feet were hot, so I kicked off my flip-flops.
I get it. His feet were getting sweaty.
So he decided to stand on the hot black asphalt. Dumb. It's dumb. Behind the group is a white Volkswagen, another white car, and the license plate reads LMW28F, which is supposed to signify that Paul McCartney would have been his 28th year of existence if he was still alive. He was 27 at the time of the photo being taken, but this is according to some philosophy, believing that aging begins at conception and not birth. So 28th year of life.
Meanwhile, the license plate on the right side of the police car says 724F, and that is supposed to be because, of course, the Beatles would break up 2 years before the year 1972, and George joined the 4F lines.
There are several clues on the metal cover as well. Again, we see Beatles written out, not the Beatles. There are also a series of 3 dots to the left of Beatles that, if connected, appear to spell out the number 3, as in only 3 Beatles left.
Yeah, I guess they have like cigarette burn. indentations in the cement.
There's also an odd shadow or reflection to the right of the nest in beetles that looks like a skull, like a ghost face kind of skull.
Maybe like the top half of the Misfits skull, maybe.
Or like the Screeching skull. There's also a woman crossing very quickly in front of the shot, with only her back, blue dress, and legs seen. This is supposed to symbolize Rita.
Was this Rita supposedly? Did she also die in this crash?
It's uncertain. There's less about Rita. I remember there being more on this website that I used to look at about this, which I'll talk about later, but I couldn't find it. The lyrics are an embarrassment of riches as well. We begin with another psychedelic genre come together. Some think he's singing about a corpse, namely Paul's corpse, in this song, which references flat-topped, as in decapitated, and juju eyeball, like rotting eyeballs. And there's another barefoot reference with he wear no shoe shine. He also references a walrus yet again, and there's the line, one is three. Three wings left, of course. Most importantly is the chorus, come together right now over me. Me being a body in a grave with the sad remaining needles looking down. Hey, that's kind of like the Sergeant Pepper stuff. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think the interpretation of that song makes sense that each of those verses is about man.
Or is it about Paul?
I don't think so. And Ringo take each of the time of the band, so one and one is three. Gotta be good. It's so hard to see behind that drum kit, baby.
Wouldn't he be keeping 4 time?
No, always.
The 8-song medley that makes up side 2 of the LP gives plenty of clues by itself. We have the song Sun King here, and the Sun King was Louis XIV. The story of the Man in the Iron Mask by Alexander Dumas. Louis XIV's twin brother replaces the Sun King, hiding his real identity behind an iron mask. Is this a reference to Paul?
It's one at least 3 times removed, if so.
It's one of the more interesting ones, I think. The final medley can also be seen as the experience of death. Golden slumbers, aka the big sleep, death itself, carry that weight. Pallbearers, or pallbearers,
We're all pallbearers.
carrying the coffin, and the end, which is the funeral and ascension to heaven.
And Her Majesty.
I assume that's something like, paid off Rita or whatever. She's still alive. She doesn't have much to say. Who knows, man? The last Beatles album to come out, again, not the last one recorded, but the last release was Let It Be in 1970. It doesn't have many clues, but there are a couple which are doubly important because it was the only album to come out post Paul's death hysteria, which wouldn't really apply to the music, but applies more to the design, marketing. So we have the cover where Ringo, John, and George are pictured looking to the left, their right, all with white backgrounds, while Paul is the only one looking straight forward with a blood red background, symbolizing his difference from the other three. The album cover is appropriately backgrounded in funeral black, but as far as I could tell, there weren't really many interesting clues thought to be hidden in the songs themselves. Now, the clues didn't end when the Beatles broke up. Here are a few of my oft-cited favorites. In his song How Do You Sleep, which is a scathing indictment of his old bandmate Paul, Lennon sings, "Those freaks was right when they said you was dead."
Yeah, he means figuratively.
Or maybe he means literally, Sean.
Maybe.
In Ringo's song Back Off Boogaloo, he's saying, "Wake up, meathead, don't forget that you're dead." Is the meathead here? Fall.
So anyone who says anything with the word dead in it, he is a backward Paul is dead.
Maybe, Sean. McCartney McCartney's first solo album, McCartney wore a cover image of a bowl of cherries scattered about, leaving the bowl empty save some cherry juice, which kind of resembles blood. Also, if the saying goes that life is a bowl of cherries, well, there's no life here. The bowl is empty. In his 1987 music video for When We Was Fab, George Harrison shows a person clad in a black walrus costume playing a left-handed bass, an obvious reference to Paul McCartney and the conspiracy.
And that person gets into a white accident and dies.
This also means that all of the other Beatles included clues about the conspiracy and their soul work. According to this, in 1993, Paul McCartney cheekily released the live album Paul Is Live, recreating the Abbey Road cover, this time with a sheepdog referencing his song Martha My Dear, which was about his sheepdog, and deliberately placed clues such as a license plate reading 51 is false age at the time.
Oh, yes!
When discussing the Free as a Bird music video release on the radio show Beatle Archives for the Anthology compilation, McCartney did say this: "We used to make a game of putting little clues in our music back then. Was this finally an admission of guilt?"
No, I mean, yes, but not to being dead.
This isn't a clue necessarily, but a fun reference. In the bonus features for our favorite film, Shaun of the Dead, there's a spoof interview with Nick Frost and Simon Pegg, in which Pegg mentions a number of famous people who allegedly become zombies, including Paul McCartney. Paul also discussed the conspiracy as recently as 2019. On PaulMcCartney.com, he was asked about the rumors, and his response: "Too many drugs. People may have taken too many drugs and started looking for answers in all the wrong places."
Yes, other people taking the drugs, all these you guys filling your heads up with acid, writing songs that didn't make sense, that people are left trying to put the pieces together.
You want to hold your hand straightforward. Could you? Not straightforward. I remember when I first found this theory as a teenager, though I didn't necessarily believe it, listening to the Backmasks and investigating all the clues definitely gave me the creeps. In her essay, The Curious Death of Paul McCartney, sociologist Barbara Suzek interviewed an average 13, 14-year-olds about the conspiracy, noting that they mostly felt cold and creepy about the whole thing. Suzek went on to state that she felt the theory had ascended to legend, partly because it included many parts of classic mythology, like the interpretation of clues, the combination of death of the occult, and the premature death of the youth that, in the afterlife, ascends to the status of God. What are Beatles, if not rock gods? Now, folks, there are so many more clues, some not as fun as these.
Carrie, if I may, by all the criteria you just listed, go back again.
Well, there are more.
Isn't QAnon risen to the level of legend?
There's no premature death.
No, Robert Kennedy, or John Kennedy. I'm pretty sure some of those guys had RFKs.
Well, let's analyze that later. These were the most frequently cited clues, and I was trying hard not to make this a two-parter. But over on Patreon and YouTube this week, we'll be uploading a special interview with Charles Rosenet, who you may remember from our Paracon special. Rosenet is a Beatles expert who I was absolutely shocked to find out was even cited in the acknowledgments of the main source for this episode, the book The Walrus Was Paul.
This is something Carrie didn't know until she was reading the acknowledgments at the end.
I mean, he organizes like Beatles conventions and everything, so he's very in Beatles circles, but it's still funny to be like, oh, I know him. So we'll definitely talk to him about this whole thing.
We're thinking about talking to your dad too, right?
Yeah. So check in this weekend for that, and obviously join Patreon for ROTHSCHILD. And keeping your eyes out, I guess. Since this is one of my favorite conspiracies of all time, we're definitely having some more supplemental material. We'll be interviewing my dad, who you'll remember from the Gettysburg Ghosts episode, and is another Beatles expert with a first-hand account of being a Beatles fan during the Paul's Dead hysteria. And I'm I'm going to be making Sean watch the documentary, or is it mockumentary, Paul McCartney Really Is Dead, The Last Testament of George Harrison. So check out our Patreon for his reaction to all that craziness.
We're watching what?
Yeah, you are. There were a ton of sources for today's episode, along with the book. But if you're looking for more on this topic from the perspective of very earnest believers, check out the documentaries The Nameless Beetle and Cranberry Sauce on YouTube.
Cranberry sauce.
Cranberry sauce. We were saying that at Thanksgiving, and everyone's like, what are you talking about? And you can go to the sites turnmedeadman.com and paulmccartneyisdead.tumblr.com. The latter, particularly for facial comparisons that I mentioned between Paul and the so-called fall that I couldn't really get into as much in this non-visual format. Unfortunately, the exhaustingly comprehensive Paul is Dead site that I first stumbled upon back in high school doesn't seem to exist anymore. But at least I'm here to share all this nonsense with you.
Speaking of exhaustively or exhaustively comprehensive, also, when we talked to your dad about this, we also talked to him about the get back thing. So I'm just dying to talk about it.
It's not scary, but it's interesting. So, Sean, do you think the Paul is Dead theory is real?
No.
I think you went into this biased, though. I don't think it's real. I think you went in biased.
Biased by what? His continuing career of making music up until what was his last album?
Maybe that's your Paul. Maybe Paul's making music.
No,
Why?
because he's still good at it.
Maybe Paul is good at music.
He's Paul McCartney. He's Paul. Nobody will think. The reason is there's just there's nothing to hang your head on here that's even a little bit compelling.
About I buried Paul.
Yeah, I think they might have on purpose put some of that stuff in there.
But they would have had to do that ahead of time and then wait for people to catch on.
Well, but that might not say I buried Paul. It's all bad. Like anything with backmasking is nonsense, right? It just sounds like something. So we could have been saying, I'm very small. And John Lennon, again, we watched 8 hours of Get Back where he's just saying nonsense into the microphone. He takes, he's singing soul tunes. He's just saying things from advertising slogans. He kept saying, I had a dream, because he had seen Martin Luther King on TV. I had a dream last night. He kept doing it. So I think he's just, I'm very small. And stuff like that. And then with the album covers, they were pretty obviously full of acid. It would be on purpose trolling fans that putting just a ton of stuff to analyze that probably didn't have anything.
Well, I'm going to leave this up to our listeners to decide for themselves. I highly encourage you to grab some vinyls. Don't play them backwards because that ruins vinyl, but you can find all of these backwards pieces of songs or full songs on YouTube. And let us know if you find any more clues.
And watch the 8 hours of Get Back on Disney Plus and see if you can see those plastic surgery scars. I also know where this theory came from. In 1968, the Beatles stopped touring.
I think it was August of '66 because it had to be before Paul died, allegedly.
So, the biggest band in the world abruptly retires from live performance. They start making music from behind closed doors. People don't really see the public together anymore.
But why Paul? Why not John? Why not George?
Because there had been a news report that people saw about him being in an accident once. If the rumors were that one of them was a murderer, then it would be about John, because everybody would remember that he beat his wife to that.
Well, still, it's interesting. It's interesting. It's a good reason to just listen to all these songs again and look at all these album covers. It used to be art, a full piece of art, and just enjoy them for what they are.
Enjoying them for what they are. I endorse it.
I'll part today with some of the most meaningful Beatles lyrics, words that I live by, and that bring great comfort to me. And in the end, the love you take is equal to the love you make.
And if I could put a Beatles lyric, look at all the little piggies in their starchy white shirts.
No news this week because this episode is hella long and we have a bunch of supplemental material coming out to support it on YouTube and especially Patreon.
You're done. No. You know what I mean?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for attending and welcome to Digital Walk on the Dark Side. It's Legends and Curses. Our Gary Patterson is going to join us in just a few minutes. But here, going to tell us about what's happening next month. It's going to be conspiracy culture, contractual rights.
After my graduation,
Special guest appearances from Harry and Lions. Now, unfortunately, Gary's books live until Amazon.com. Gary's Let's get into it. Tennessee, a passion for rock and roll. As a published author of science, Gary's fascinating events in publishing music history. From Robert Johnson to Clark Pierce, making place for himself among rock and roll standing legends. In 1996, Gary released his first book, entitled The Walrus Was Called. Immediately, the book became highly sought after. Beatles' catalog proclaimed The Walrus Was Called as one of his best-selling titles on the year. This is really the definitive book. So, examining and unraveling the whole qualities of tape eventually began in the late 60s. It's a successful book. Gary found himself as a highly sought-after radio personality. He appeared on all the syndicated Beatle radio shows, including Western Group Ones, Beatle Years, BBC Radio's Beatle Archives. The breakfast of Beatles programs from New York to Los Angeles and Jim Johnson's Beatle Brunch. International shows were broadcast from Canada, Great Britain, BBC Australia, Radio Caroline, and New Zealand. He's appeared at numerous national Beatle conventions, including Beatle Fest in New York and Chicago, another Beatle convention in Orlando, Philadelphia, Cleveland, Atlanta, Memphis, and Nashville. Shortly thereafter, Gary released his second book, hellhounds on her trail. In this work, Gary continued with his popular theme of rock and roll's enduring myths and legends. Hellhounds on her trail begins with Robert Johnson waiting at the crossroads just outside of Clarksdale, Mississippi, to make his deal.
That's Johnny Hooker. No, you're right. Robert Johnson.
Every chapter was focused on messages in rock. Jimmy Page, the separate curse, strange, fatal coincidences, the Allman Brothers, and then Skinner bands, in a discussion of an exclusive group of musicians who were members of the club whose only membership requirement was ultimately death at the tender age of 27. Gary's third book was released by Simon & Schuster at Fireside Books on July 13, 2004. It's called A Walk on the Dark Side, Myths, Legends, and Curses. Of course, Gary's collecting more tales for this next volume of Great Rock Myths and Legends, so he encourages you to check out more information concerning its release date on his website or there. In 2000, Gary served as a consultant for VH1 Confidential. His highlighted a number of rock music's enduring mysteries. The vast majority of these tales found in Gary's book was called Hellhounds on the Trail, with 3 of the episodes discussing Paul's death in 1969, the Robert Johnson legend. Today, Gary is developing other ideas for a new television series dealing with fascinating events in the ongoing history of rock and roll. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Gary Patterson.
I have to tell you that Toronto is one of my favorite places. So anytime I get an opportunity to come, I love it. And I like to see if I can give my appreciation to Rabbi. I know that this is going to be something that's very interesting for me. I know we all the same public because we love rock and roll, and we love mysteries, and we love the things that people are looking for. So today, I'm going to talk to you about some topics that I will do on reading. And we'll take a look at it. I think the very first thing we're going to do, buddy, before we start, buddy, before we get to reading, we're going to take a suit for the sun. I'll have to tell you that when we think about the name of music, guys, we think about this was probably one of the most number one charting event in rock and roll. And it goes back into, if you remember, the late great Johnny Otis.
Snake biting so much.
And when he died, he showed that you can make a lot of money off of dead artists. When you control the polishing, and when you control the royalties that would come in normally from the selling of an album. If you've heard Paul Simon sing the late great Johnny Otis mentions, because when you die, you're a no artist. It's like Jimmy Hendrix. Once you're dead, you make your life. Okay? So let's talk about the guy up in Texas with these black curly glasses, called Hendrix. I'll tell you a few little things. Now, assistant and collecting, I'll tell you, man. When you watch, I think the first couple, I want to see the next one. We need to hold on. February 3rd, 1959. Richie Valens, Buddy Holly, the Big Band, Bunch of Peters, the Power. When you take a look at Buddy Holly, he needed glasses, so he decided to acquire the black. And he knew news about these artists perishing at the same time. And it really was not only the day that he could die, it was really the year. I'll explain all that. Richie Valens was 17 years old when he got the play. He was 17. He had a terrible he was in junior high school and gone to his grandfather's funeral. Grandfather's funeral, and while he was in junior high, at lunchtime, he take his guitar and set out under a
trade they place on students. Well, at his grandfather's funeral, he was absent that day from school. Two planes crashed in the air above his cell. The wreckage fell down and killed his best friend. He was on the tree, reaching out to his hands, and he could have been there. And his grandfather could actually save his life. So, God made something. Get on that beach crowd that is with the buddy rock and the big rock and make that rock. It's hard to believe because I'm also friends with Don Levin. And Don Levin was a Christian school that owned Donna. And the day that he left for the River Dance Party, her father would not allow her to go to their wedding party because he didn't want his daughter dating a Mexican American. So she didn't get to say some of the odd, hurtful things. Was after the flight crash when she found out about it in school. Her father had been in studio, rushed into her studio, made her record a song called Life's Without You, from Donna to Richard to make money on it. So he had to deal with making money. In a minute, I'm going to talk to you about the Delta Records first. We'll take a look at how it is to make money out of the artists. When they left on the flight, Buddy Holly was convinced that he wanted to have being that he was stuck in bed in his clothes for one. He'd been on school buses when the temperature was 45 degrees below zero. And the drummer on one of their parties was 17-year-old Carl Bunch. Carl had frostbite on his feet and was placed in the hospital. He told me that about 1 o'clock in the morning, when the plane took off, he woke up and he saw Buddy Holly, Big Bob, and Richie Allen standing next to his bed. He didn't know they'd already died on plane crash. Now, a lot of times when people tell you stories, Carl Bunch had a PhD in psychology. So he's not somebody who creates a story. And I found that to be very interesting. So that's why when he got on the Big Bopper, had to be trained while he was kidding to radio speaking. So they waited and hang out with the guys on the bus. Of course, the story goes, famous phone calls from Tommy Nelson. And they went back to check up Big Brother. Get the last seat all day. This is the Big Brother. Comes the point in the year, he's called Tommy Nelson's kids. Now, Buddy tells Tom to go to the university to do the big book. And later, Jimmy gets to this thing and he looks at Buddy. When he looks at him, Buddy says, well, I hope you wrote those parts today. Well, Jimmy says that. He says, yeah. That was the last day that Jimmy said. And well, Jimmy's never knows. Sad thing is, Carmen's been on the hospital. Tommy also had to pay Carmen to sell him to the hospital. And that's why he waited so long. He left to work in Texas. So, when we talk about the day of music, we talk about the crash. You know, the thing that all the God would be, and we could hold the crash. And being went on the Honda from the stop. Big Bob was in the backstage. The family Bob is been on one side.
It's stuck. It's stuck. It's stuck on its stuff. It's disgusting. Hey, yeah. Allegedly, the beginning of control should elimination of full testing and the code is testing and another open the same channel but also social fuck is this shit? What the fuck? Yo, dog. Josh. You're so sick. You stuck yourself. Oh my god. Oh my god.
which is very unusual. Very unusual. But anyway, and Rocky is still in line. So yes, I don't really understand it. Although yes, we did have a done, but there was no way Sean Buddy would have not done it. So all of that stories and things like that. But you have to yes, I do. Ask it, you asked me that. I think it's good. He had done, but he only has done it on travel. And he was done the TikTok show. And when the TikTok show was over, they walked up to Buddy and said, you need to sign and check that book with us. And Buddy said, well, you know what? The big part rights are with you. All I'm going to do is have a church. Even though the damage is not there. And it went in as they were playing the big part show again. Well, he never did a lot, but I mean, it was great. But at any rate, I think it was very unusual for the amount of muscle that we had planned for you guys, and we thought we were comedy and then we had comic, and like they killed off of the supposed to, and it was like I thought they killed her people again, and it was all after that they were all replaced with coyotes. Now I'm not saying I'm just saying it was a coincidence, but I understand that because we were sitting here and started about the Nolan, and then she went where's this? Philadelphia, you know, and cases, Buddy Holly, Melody Lane, Melody Lane was, they were all good. They were all good. I think that I think it was much good. Okay, well, the book is available on Amazon.com, and it's also so that's the easiest way to find it. I have a couple of books like that, and maybe some other things like that. And so that's my resource. And I felt that, you know, books are going to get on here. Thank you.
Before we begin the introduction, I should tell you that Minister and myself are involved working on a new documentary, Buddy Holly. And when they asked me to come on and do some of the show, I said I'll do it if you tell the truth. I mean, when you see Buddy Holly movie, you see everything from the news, it's true. And I said, you know, there's a lot of things that I do, and, you know, we got to get to it, let's tell the stories. So when you say we're going to work and it's a Buddy Holly documentary, now, you stay there. You guys roll these David Box. Anybody know what David Box is? We'll find out. He is 17 years old, and stayed in the state, and her husband, Jerry House, on he sent her son to the city of here, and they live in freedom, and they talk about what brothers and sisters and all. But he didn't see somebody else. Nobody else is seeing. She was the brother, and I was the son, and
Hi, Richard. Hi, Gary. Hello, everyone. And welcome to
Holly died. Whether that's what he's going on. So Ronnie Smith, who played Paul Lynchton, played his cousin, who was the vocalist. When he came home, he checked himself into the sanitarium. He had drinking water. And he had himself in the hospital. A tragic death. Buddy Holly's best friend is Eddie Cochran. Now, what's strange to me is that Buddy Holly and Eddie Cochran gets married then, and they were here. The other story today was that he was supposed to be on the one next country, but he canceled it so he could do a TV show. When the plane crash happened, one of those seats was on the bed. And just like he changed from the plane, another legend that was called American Pie, which is much bigger. One of the other urban legends is that we always have somebody write a song that night. So some was written about 3 stars. They got 80 copies of it. He talks about the 3 stars appearing in the heavens. And of course, each of those stars represented Buddy Holly, Richie Bad, and the Big Dog. And when Eddie Cochran sang that song, you can hear great hand sobbing. He goes out of the studio and tells his band to release that song. Then he recorded so far, he still today. He went on a tour with men and his girlfriend Sharon Sheehan. They had her go out and buy every lemon coffee she would come back to the hotel at night, and the coffee would be setting playing those 45s, the lots of dogs. She went over to him and just said, "Hey, you gotta stop this." He says, "No." Because I know I'm on the way back, April 1960, he was involved in a car crash. He found him thrown out of the taxi, laying on top of his hotel. Sharon Sheehan had a broken back. Gene Vincent was laying against his leg, he was forced on his motorcycle. When she woke up in the ambulance, she noticed that Eddie Cochran had his hand over hers. Which the word was, for a short time at least, he took him to a hospital in Lubbock. He was unconscious. It just so happens that the Everly Brothers were on tour. And the backup band for the Everlys was the Crickets. So the Crickets would go up to see Eddie. He was unconscious. Hours after they left, he died. And then it turned out that the ambulance driver was going to get his hand in a partnership. So he was pretty well comatose at the time. Never recovered. It's odd that the Crickets came to see him. It's odd. But it was like the final destination of death, which is he actually went to see Richard there in London. One night he woke up crying, screaming, "I'm going to die, and there's not anything I can do." So Eddie Cochran, Buddy Holly's best friend, they went to the Buddy Holly first. This goes on. The next story that I like, is that Bobby Fuller, who did the song I called the Rock and Roll Blues, he sent a demo of his game to Buddy Holly's brother Tom. They heard it, he noticed it sounded all over the place. So they sent the tape, Blues to Mexico, and Buddy Holly signed it, they recorded it as original success. And Bobby Fuller used California. Slurs made the song was written by Buddy Holly. I thought the One was written by City Parks for the Crickets. So he had a lot of success in it. One morning, Bob Nixon was calling the Nixon brothers in Texas. Bobby had a brand new Corvette. One of our brothers started as a young man. Suddenly, he had to leave the home. He left. He said, I'll be back. So called the manager. Nobody knew where he was. About 5 o'clock in the afternoon, she was calling for the house. So she thinks he was something. She waits a while. Bobby didn't come upstairs. She goes back. When she opens the car, she sees Bobby's body laying across the front seat. Doused in gas. His left index finger his face badly bruised, his chest. When the police get there, they find a gas can in the back seat. Not only had he been doused in gas, it was gasoline that he stroked. Now, medically, you do not drink gasoline. So these are all Bob King, along with a label that is Richie Valens, Senator Cook, and Bob Ford. Shows up, he sees the police throw the gas can in the dumpster. He says, what's going on? He said, I saw robberies. Very first song you made it was the crickets. The last song you recorded was Bobby Ford. And it's ironic because this morning it was the Bobby Ford day from Houston. Also the day when the big ball crisis. And it was a hit. So in that case, let's make it quick. And there was, I don't say slot chicken. I bet this guy was going to do a team. What are going to do about James Strawberry? Right down the street. So I said, what about that? Actually, how the product executive goes in and finds two men in his office with a sheet on it. He calls them techniques. Randy Rowe was chased off the road and his family moved back to Texas. So everybody wants to know what was. So the dad's a lot of fun. Now, you can go on and take a look at the number of articles. This is Joe B. In the late 50s and early 60s, Joe B was the #1 producer of music in England. You know that on the music special, that was the first British band to have a #1 hit in the United States. Oh my gosh! Yes, ma'am. Did you remember the song? This Joey Brown, the Joey couldn't hear him sing. One of his friends was sitting on a different table. Joey was a major veteran, and they were playing the terrible. One was on the card, one giving the message from her doctor. Playing church parts over conversation. That is all. Goes out of his way. So I'm trying to find something wrong. Give you the message. But how they prepare to speak to me. And right now, Joe needs to be careful. Now, what Joe Big did is he wrote the song by Buddy Holly. He hoped to get Buddy Holly's impression. So after the episode, anyway, Buddy Holly could see the charges. Then he became more obsessed with seconds. And he didn't like Buddy Holly. The songs that he produced were on the supernatural song, Ritual to the Dead, and shaved his head. He became very careful. He had a suspicion that he was locked. He found a suitcase, or actually two suitcases, with this boy's body, his member in it. They thought it was Joe B. Joe B. And his landlady was thrown out. So she comes to visit him, telling him he's going to have to leave. And his premise had, hey, there's a shotgun. He opens the door and he sees the landlady walking down the steps with her back slowly, no shoe. He hears the gun go off again. Joe B. shoots himself in the head, kills himself. Tragic story, but landlady showed his death. I was in LA. He showed me. And I was waiting over him. And Joe B. was so what happened? That day, he committed murder. I looked at this thing. It was on page 24. And that would be the odds that the two greatest producers of the business. So we know Buddy Holly is using really good things. Both die with some mechanics that roll on the day Buddy Holly's dead. That's what we do. And as soon as I see that, so you have that. You also have TRUMAN. He was shot September 7th. So you have events that happen. And probably the strangest one. He had gone to see Buddy Holly's play. London was it. That was on September 6th. He comes home. He takes an overdose of medication. So he died. Right.
Look at this move, though. So bored. I don't give a shit. Yeah. Oh, oh. John Power, Long Curler's brothers. Right. Oh yeah, this one. Yo, dog, do we have to fucking land these planes at exactly the same time? No, let's do it. Alright, dog. Oh,
Hey, C-Cup. Remember when everybody used to call you C-Cup?
yeah.
Oh, fuckers. Look at this move. Everybody, listen to my move. Listen to this, fuck. Yo, dog. Hey, Frozen Land. How are you, Frozen Rope, baby? Yo, dog. Dude, clear thing.
Managed to squeeze our way through the first three articles. Legislative judicial, executive judicial. Now we'll go on to Article 4. Article 4 talks about how states and federal government want to interact. And it also sets up state citizens. Let's go to page 33 and read Article 4, Section 2. As the citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in several states. Notice, please, that the word citizen is capitalized. And you are a citizen of each state. So let's fill in the blanks. A citizen of Texas shall be entitled to all the privileges and immunities as citizens of Florida, citizens of California, citizens of Oklahoma. What kind of citizens are we talking about? State citizens. When the founding fathers got together to form the Constitution, Benjamin Franklin stand up and now introduce himself as a citizen of Pennsylvania. Thomas Jefferson was a citizen of Virginia. A citizen of your state. A United States citizen was just kind of an abstract concept. Like one of those many. We're not going to list all 50 of them. It was an abstract concept. So, But you have privileges and immunities. Is that good to have privileges? Well, it depends. What it was doing, if you are a citizen of Texas, are you a citizen of Oklahoma? No. Okay? So when you go from the United States to France, you get all of the things that French citizens do. No, because you're out of your territory. So if you are a Texas citizen and you go to Oklahoma, you don't have all the same rights that Oklahoma citizens do, except for Section 2, which says that you will have all the privileges and immunities of citizens in several states. So legally, you don't have rights, but we're going to extend you those same privileges. So basically, all 50 states are the same. But you are a state citizen, and they're extending you these privileges in your states. Now let's go to the 14th Amendment on page 48. 14th Amendment, Section 1, says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. That doesn't sound terribly onerous, doesn't that? Sounds pretty simple. Okay. But let's look at citizens of the United States. That's a lowercase c. And they left out the word citizen the second time, but it's you're a citizen of the United States and a citizen of the state where you reside. So what is that? That's dual citizenship, isn't it? You're a United States citizen and a state citizen. Well, which one comes first? United States citizen. So in that clause, which one takes precedence? United States citizen. Well, it still doesn't sound too bad, except you go back and read the second line. It says, "and subject to the jurisdiction thereof." What do the people in England call the king? Subject. Do they have any say so? No, the king says you're going to do this or else. A subject has no rights. You want to be subject to anybody? I don't. Now, the fact that it's a lowercase c is not, a mistake. It also says all
Look at this one.
persons
Everybody's.
born
Everybody's.
or
Everybody.
Everybody.
Look at this one.
So we look
This
at,
was so sick. Mikey was like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna put this on my face."
in your handout, a person, and this is from Black's Law Dictionary, in general usage, a human being, i.e. a natural person. So when we are talking in conversation, we mean, form, flesh, and blood body. Though, by statute, the term may include labor organizations, partnerships, associations, corporations, legal representatives, trustees and bankruptcies, or receivers. See 29 U.S.C. 152. That's Title 29 of the United States Code, Section 152. And the scope and delineation of the term is necessary for determining those to the 14th Amendment of the Constitution affords protection, since this amendment expressly applies to person. A corporation is a person within the meaning of the 14th Amendment, including the due process clause. So Ford Motor Company is a person. Microsoft is a person. For legal terms, isn't that wonderful? You get all the same privileges as Microsoft. Now, what is a juristic person? If I decide that we're all going to go into business together, we have to sign put an ad in the newspaper several weeks in a row. Says our little group is doing business as Acme Fireworks. So 7, 8 weeks later, whatever the time frame is, we have a company, Acme Fireworks. Do you know that Acme Fireworks is born? That's the terminology. This company is now born. Now, is Acme Fireworks human? Does it have freedom of religion, freedom of speech, a right to keep and bear arms? No. It's an artificial entity. It has whatever privileges that you and I in the state of Texas given. A jurist is another word for the judge. The jury are the 12 people sitting there in the box. Anything which is juristic has to do with court. A juristic person is this artificial entity. Now, if I take us out in the parking lot here and I'm demonstrating my latest bottle rocket, and it works really, really good, except it burns down somebody's barn. Does the owner of the barn have a right to sue Acme Fireworks? Yes. How many people are suing Firestone Tires for their bad tires? So, Acme Fireworks, for the purposes of the court, can go to court just like you or I could. It is a juristic person, artificial entity. Now, with the 14th Amendment, the Congress has invented a juristic person. It is a non-existent corporation. So, we, the people, ordain and establish the Constitution. We do that. We create Congress. So, who works for who? Congress works for us. They are subordinate to us. When Congress basically or presumably ratified the 14th Amendment, they created a U.S. citizen. Now, what status does a United States citizen have to Congress? All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to its jurisdiction. We're subordinate to Congress if we're a United States citizen. So this is a second class of citizen. It was generated just after the Civil War. Basically to give blacks privileges. So we thought that the 13th Amendment freed the blacks and brought them up to our level. Except the 14th Amendment basically lowered all the whites down to their level. You have privileges. You don't have rights. The moment that you are born and then laid on your mother's chest, you are we the people, sovereign citizen. Suddenly, somehow or other, we go magically down to becoming a United States citizen. How does that happen? Birth certificate, social security number, driver's license, voter's registration card. You look at your voter registration card. Are you a United States citizen? Yes or no? Oh yeah, I'm a United States citizen. Oh boy, you have no rights. We the people have a right to keep and bear arms. A United States citizen has to get a concealed carry permit. We the people have a right to travel. A United States citizen has to get a driver's license. We the people can get married to anybody we want. The United States citizen has to get a marriage license. These are all prima facie evidence of your subordinate status to Congress. The trick is getting rid of all of that. That's right. Exactly. United States. I have another document that I literally just printed off the web yesterday. I'm constant. Again, there's too much information, so I keep adding more. But I downloaded a document that talks about the United States, American entities, and the citizenships ships. I put it all in the book. The best I can do is to give you the website. If you are a sovereign Texan, you are not a United States citizen. You never, ever United States citizen because you are admitting that you are subordinate to Congress. I am not a United States citizen. I am a Texan. You become an elector. What's that? Of today? So they're trying to close doors on us. So, United States citizen is different than a state citizen. A state citizen has rights protected by the Bill of Rights. A United States citizen basically has equal protection under the law. You want equal protection? That guy's got a ball and chain. You want to be equal? It just says that it's equal. It doesn't say that it's good. So we're going to give you a ball and chain too. That way everybody's equal. Now, on my passport, I have reproduced what it says. It says the Secretary of State of the United States of America hereby requests all who may concern to prevent the citizen/national of the United States. What does it mean when we have two words divided by a slab? One or the other. You can be boy/girl. You can be Democrat/Republican. One or the other. You can be citizen/national. So this passport will work for United States citizen, but it will also work for United States national. They don't tell you what that is, but on my passport it shows that they are different. What is a national? A person owning permanent allegiance to the state. The term national, as used in the phrase national of the United States, is broader than the term citizen. So a rectangle can be a square, but a square is not necessarily a rectangle. A rectangle is a broader term. So if you are a national, it is a broader term than the word citizen. So it is possible for you to be a national and not be a United States citizen. Don't kill anyone. We wouldn't want you to be able to exercise your rights. Now, in the reference that I gave you before, in the USA, the House Republic is the USA. Republic is the House that lives in the document. And this is a short subset. And it says the 14th Amendment is a setback to proper government. It runs counter to the ideals expressed in the preamble to the Constitution itself. The 14th Amendment is also probably never properly ratified. So the 13th, 14th, and 15th amendments are post-war amendments that basically gave Congress a lot of power, presumably in order to over the South, exacerbate that being worse. Article 5 of the Constitution. The founding fathers realized they were not omniscient, they knew that we would have to change it. So Article 5 is all about amending the Constitution. How do you go about changing it? Well, the first thing that you have to do is propose an amendment. How can you propose an amendment? Either 2/3 of both houses or 2/3 of the state convention. We have to have Congress? No. We can get each state to hold a convention, and if you get 2/3 of those conventions to say, yes, we want this in a proposal, then it is proposed. You can bypass Congress. We the people still have some power. We just have to get our act together and get organized. Now, once an amendment has been proposed, how does it become ratified? 3/4 of all states. So you need 3/4 of the state legislature. So you need a supermajority Oh, yes, yes, and we will talk about that. You can also have three-quarters of the state conventions. We can bypass the state legislature, have a convention, and if three-quarters of the people in the states want it, then the amendment is also ratified. But it's two-thirds or 66% to propose it and 75% to ratify it. They deliberately made it hard. They didn't want it to be real easy. Number 5, Article 5 is on page 35. It says all deaths and engagements shall be valid. Why did they have to put that in? Why is that in Article 5? Sure. Oh, 17th Amendment. We're going to talk about the 17th Amendment. Article 6 says that all debts, contracts, and engagements entered into before the adoption of the Constitution shall be valid. So we were changing governments. We were under the Articles of Confederation, and we owed a bunch of money to France and Spain, helping us out. So when we go to the new Constitution, we say, well, we're going to be good guys, and we're going to continue our debt. We're not just going to repudiate debt. But basically, it says all laws pursuant to the Constitution and all treaties made for which shall be made in the authority shall be the supreme law of the land. So the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and any law notwithstanding is invalid in the Constitution. So Texas can make any law that it wants, except a law that would imply slavery, or otherwise violate your rights. And then it's also said that all persons, senators and members of the several state legislatures, all executive and judicial officers, both of the United States and of the several states, shall be bound by an oath or affirmation to support this Constitution. So, again, we're supporting this trust idea. You got to take an oath. You got to promise to protect people's rights. But no oath or affirmation, but no religious test shall ever be required. So, we can't eliminate certain religions, even atheists, can't have a religious test. Article 7 is basically just signed, sealed, delivered by yours. It just says the 17th day of September, 1787, blah, and this is, good. So the 7th Amendment is mostly signatures, and the 6th Amendment, or the 6th article is relatively short. So the 3 that are, typically important, 1, 2, 3, legislative, executive, judicial. 4 establishes the relationship between the states and the federal. 5 is how do you amend it. 6 is where to keep our debts, and 7 is right. Well, I'm just telling you what the Constitution says. I didn't say that I like going. Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah. But whenever the debts were acquired, during the Articles of Confederation, all that, we're not going to be reduced to that. So, now, before it would be ratified, some of the states demanded that we have a Bill of Rights. It gives a whole lot of power to to the federal government, and we're worried about that. And so we wanted to say, well, you got your right. Alexander Hamilton said, don't worry about it. You don't need to put it on paper. Yeah, right. We want it in writing. So, most people know that the Constitution has a preamble. Most people do not know that the Bill of Rights also has a preamble. I was reading that in some book that said the preamble of the Bill of Rights. They went, oh, typo. They went, Bill of Rights, preamble to the Constitution. And they started giving me something I had never read before. And I went over and looked at it. Look at that. So, the preamble to the Bill of Rights, for adopting the Constitution, expressed a desire in order to prevent misconstruction or abuse of its power, that further declaratory and restrictive clauses should be added, and as extended ground public knowledge of the government because the truth and understanding of the Constitution. So here, wrote the Bill of Rights to prevent misconstruction or abuse of its powers. Whose powers? Congress, the government. Okay? We don't want them to get out of hand. So what are we going to do? We are going to add further declaratory and restrictive clauses. Does a declaratory clause ask for permission? No. I'm telling you that I've got freedom of speech. I'm telling you that I've got a right to keep and bear arms. I'm not asking. These are further restrictive clauses, putting restrictions on the power of government. What are the original restrictive clauses? The Constitution. So the Constitution are restrictions on Congress's power, and we're going to add further restrictions. The Bill of Rights cannot be repealed. You can't go ahead and say, well, we're just going to scratch out the Second Amendment. We don't need that anymore. Wait a minute. You didn't give it to us in the first place. You can't take it back. We gave it to you. We are telling you that we have freedom of religion. Not asking. So, no, that is not true. You can get amendments to change the other amendments. The 18th Amendment established prohibition, the 21st Amendment repealed. But that has nothing to do with rights. If we can change, let's talk about Rosie O'Donnell, because we're going to talk about all of these amendments. Right? The Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms. Rosie O'Donnell and her million moms want to go to Washington, and they say, all we got to do is just get enough moms to vote, and we're going to just repeal the Second Amendment, and we're going to take away, your right to keep and bear arms. Okay, let's take that and say, you're going to repeal my Second Amendment, so I'm going to go to Washington with my billion fathers, and we're going to repeal we're going to repeal the First Amendment. We're just going to take away your freedom of religion. You going to do that? You going to sit still for any of that? I say you can't go to church unless you're Branch Davidian, and we're going to change over to Branch Davidian? No! We didn't give you freedom of religion. You were born with it. Nobody can take it away from you. It is unalienable. It's a part of who you are. It's like the dreams that you had last night. You can tell me your dreams, but you can't give them to me. It's integral to who you are. You've got a heart, you've got lungs. You give me any of that, you stop existing. I can kill you, but I can't take away your right to life. I can violate your right to life, but I can't take it away from you. They cannot take away your freedom of religion, your freedom of speech, your right to keep and bear arms. They can. The Bill of Rights doesn't give it to you in the first place. They can burn it, they can shred it, they can get rid of the Declaration of Independence. It doesn't make your rights go away. So let them make any changes they want. They can shred the Bill of Rights. They're ignoring it so much anyway. The Constitution is only a national monument, under nitrogen gas in Washington, D.C. It's a novelty. It's something to look at. Here, kids. What's it say, Dad? I don't know. It's a Bill of Rights. Do you think I know what the Bill of Rights says? I went to a government-controlled school and I have no idea what my rights are. I don't have a concealed carry permit. Won't get one, don't want one, don't need one. Don't need permission from anybody. People say, well, the interpretation of the Supreme Court is the only one that counts when we're talking about the Second Amendment. Oh, really? Well, then you come and stand in front of my front door when the government comes to collect my guns. You're going to find out that my interpretation of the Second Amendment is the only one you need to be worried about. Make sure you got your insurance paid up and kiss your kids goodbye. I'm not giving up my guns any more than I'm willing to give up my freedom of speech. Shred it. I don't care. It's a piece of paper. I am willing to stand up and defend my rights, whether anybody else does or not. And again, I ask you, how bad does it have to be before you are willing to stand up and fight for your rights? You got to know what they are. It's not a privilege. Nobody gave it to you. Now they are printed, they are enumerated by the Bill of Rights. They are listed. Just why? So that we know what they are? Well, today, yeah. Most of us are going to read it to find out what they are. Why did we list them? Did we list them for us? No, we listed them for the government. It says these are the things that are our rights. Keep your hands off. So let's go through them rather quickly and briefly. Page 23. If you're going to continue your study, I hope you will. One of the things that I would recommend that you start with is to memorize the Bill of Rights. Oh man, memorize something. Okay, how much is your liberty worth? Okay. Crystal has shirts with, the Bill of Rights, and it's all printed upside down. So when you want to find out what one of them is, you're going to bend over and look at your belly. Oh, there it is. Marie has one on. There it is. We have one right there. So, First Amendment says Congress shall make no law. They should have put a period. End of story. Congress shall make no law. I'm happy. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment or provision or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Say anything about separation? No. There's nothing in the Constitution that says separation of church and state. That's the wild figment of somebody's imagination. I have no problem with people having the Ten Commandments in school. What bothers me even more is there's a school in Georgia that is prohibiting the display of the Declaration of Independence. If you can't have the Declaration of Independence in school, what can you have? So, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. These are personal rights. You have freedom of speech only in Scrabble and crossword puzzles? Do you only have freedom of speech in things that I agree with? No. If that was the only thing, you wouldn't need freedom of speech because we agree. You have freedom of speech even when somebody else Oh my gosh, I'm going to toss and turn all night. What you say just drives me crazy. I won't be able to sleep tonight. Too bad. It's a personal problem. That's what freedom of speech is. So, petition the government for redress of grievances. We can sue the government and presumably win. The government works for us. One of the things that they're doing right now is they're taking a remonstrance to Washington. A remonstrance is a word you don't hear very much anymore, but is a formal complaint against the government. And in this particular case, it's all about the IRS. Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The same answer, well, wait a minute, what is that well-regulated militia? Well, today, well-regulated means lots and lots of laws. Back in 1776, well-regulated means well-prepared. You have powder powder and 16 balls for your rifle, and you know how to use it. Where do you think the Minutemen came from? You hear the bugle call, you grab your gun, and you go. You're ready on a moment's notice. That is well-regulated. All this talk about, well, militia means National Guard. The Bill of Rights was ratified in 1791. National Guard didn't show up until the early 1900s. You telling me the founding fathers were premonition? Most people forget that the United States started when the British tried to take our guns and conquered Lexington. We said, hell no. Texas started out when the Mexicans wanted their cannon back. What did we say? Come and get it. Third Amendment. You probably never hear of Third Amendment being used. It says, no soldier shall, in time of peace, be ordered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law. Unless they change the way our soldiers fight, you don't have to worry about that. But back then, the army traveled on its stomach. They'd stop in town, stop marching, they'd say, okay, dismissed. The soldiers would go knock on the door and say, okay, I'm sleeping in your bed, you're sleeping on the floor. Oh, really? Yeah, I got the gun. So, what's that? Yeah, well, armies, any army, you know, if you were a civilian, you were basically just, stores. That's right. So you'd be, overrun by your army and the opposing army. So that probably won't happen anymore. The Fourth Amendment, very important. It protects your privacy. It says the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable search and seizure shall not be violated. And no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. They have to have a piece of paper. You want to search? A, you have to have probable cause. What makes you think I've got anything? 2, you have to have a warrant. 3, the warrant has to be signed under oath or affirmation. Why? Because if you break down my door and you don't find what you're looking for, somebody lied. Somebody is guilty of perjury. And we go back to the First Amendment, and I'm petitioning the government for a redress of grievances. So we force the government to get an oath. We don't want the government just coming in and go, well, I'm going to look around just in case. Can't do that. And if you let them, they stop you on the side of the highway and say, can I look in your car? You go, yes, officer. You just gave them permission. No. You want to show me a warrant? Well, we're going to have to keep you here for 3 hours until we get one. Fine. I got nothing to do. Go get a warrant. And when you don't find what you're looking for, be prepared for a lawsuit. You do that 2 or 3 times, and they're not going to check your car anymore. Yes. But now they're going to argue that if you have a driver's license, that you have given them permission in advance, by contract. Okay? Well, don't show them the license. Go or get rid of it. Well, and they've got it registered, right? So basically, you've got to be careful. If you are a United States citizen, you have no rights. You are property. And you've got to do whatever they say. You are subject to the jurisdiction of Congress. So stop being a United States citizen. That's one. Fifth Amendment. When everybody says, I believe the Fifth, okay, they're talking about one line in this amendment. You look at that entire paragraph. Is that, I believe the Fifth? No. There's a lot of stuff here. We have a lot of rights. No person shall be held in answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on presentment or indictment by a grand jury. Only people on the grand jury can indict you. The government can't come along and throw you in jail for anything you want. You have other taxes. So yeah, that sounds pretty bad. Unless, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia, with an actual service in time of war public danger. So do soldiers and sailors have a right to all this other stuff? No. If you're a soldier or a sailor, you don't have a right to a trial. You go to a court martial, which is completely different. You have no rights. If you're in the militia, with an actual service, you're acting as a soldier, so you get court-martialed too. Now, nor shall any person be subject to the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb. They can't hold you on the same thing. They accuse you of murder. They accuse you of killing John, and John shows up alive. Well, you didn't do it. They can't accuse you of it again. That was what the whole movie Double Jeopardy was all about. In theory. Now, nor being compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself. That's the fifth. They're good members. It also says, nor being deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. They can't take all your stuff away from you and say, okay, we're going to take you to court. How are you going to defend yourself? You have to have due process of law. What? Admiralty jurisdiction? That's right. It's all administrative law, statutes, nothing to UCC. It has nothing to do with the Constitution. A lot of people go into court and they say, Your Honor, I've got my constitutional rights. The judge says, no, let me hear you talk about the Constitution again. What's the matter? I thought this was the United States. No, not the United States you're thinking of. Sorry, you lose because you didn't know the game. You're standing on a baseball diamond and going touchdown. You go, we don't know what you're talking about. They pull the fast switch on you. You've got to learn the law. You've got to know your rights. You have to know where you stand. And your citizenship is a lot to do with where you stand. Finally, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Great. Who gets to decide what's just? Maybe a jury. That might help. But they can't just come in because the freeway's coming through and take your farm. Yeah. Right. Right. Okay. It's all based on property. Private property. What's that? Well, Constitution doesn't specify, does it? So it's kind of like a little loophole when we get to the 8th Amendment. The 6th Amendment. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to speedy and public trial. Why is the public trial important? Yeah, we don't want to drag you off into a dark thing. Oh, he ended up dead. He was guilty. Really? What happened? It was a secret. You don't want to see that. Right? Is that? They still do that. You ever run it with the IRS? We've got 3 more in jail because one guy confessed with a gun in his hand. Oh boy. No star chambers, not in the United States. Could never happen here. Wake up. In all criminal prosecutions can be a speedy public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district where the crime shall have been committed. You can't do something here and have them drag you off somewhere else. In the Declaration of Independence, it says that the king has transported them beyond seas to be tried for hidden offenses. You know, the tax collector would say something here, they would take you to England and you'd stand trial. Do you have any friends in England? Do you have your lawyer over there? You're all by yourself. It's really hard to defend yourself halfway across around the world. So the idea is, wherever the crime is, that's where it stays. So the government can't drag you off someplace else. That way, and the truth of the matter is that you work for a day and you never really traveled far from your house. If you were a farmer, this is where you would have been, that's what the crime presumably would have committed. So this is supposedly allowing you to stay in your own county. Yeah. Right. Same thing. But if we don't know what the Constitution says, we can't complain. I think one of the things that happens is they accuse you of a federal crime. Well, if it's a federal crime, it's basically in the United States. It's only here in the United States is appropriate as far as they're concerned. But it's certainly not in the spirit of the Sixth Amendment, is it? And to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, this is very important. What is the nature and cause of the accusation? If you get pulled over and the police officer now stopping you for speeding, that's the cause. You go to court and have learning this very quickly. You have cause numbers. Okay? If that's the cause, speeding, what's the nature? Whether it's criminal or civil, you have to know which court you're in. You got rules of criminal procedure and rules of civil procedure. You got to know which rules they are. They got to tell you, and to be confronted with the witnesses against you. That way I can't whisper in my over here and say, oh, after these guys wouldn't have them arrested you. Really, who said so? Oh, a friend of ours. It's a secret. You can't do that. You have to be able to look the person in the eye and have that person say, yeah, you're the one that did it. So that you know who you're fighting against. You also have compulsory process for giving witnesses in your favor. If there were innocent bystanders at the street corner, and they saw you being attacked first and you were just doing self-defense, you can force them, you can give them a subpoena, and they have to show up. Now, they'd rather be efficient, but what if you were the one? What if you're the one being accused? There were other people. I was standing there in the street corner and go, hey, you're probably not mine. Would you want to be able to, force me into court to tell what I saw? So you have a compulsory process for getting witnesses. If somebody saw it, they've got to be there in court. It also says, and to have assistance of counsel for his defense. Anybody see the word lawyer in there anywhere? If a judge tells you, you must have a lawyer, and I was really expecting this. When you go into court, they say you cannot represent yourself. You must have a lawyer. You ask the judge, excuse me, Your Honor, did you take an oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution? Are you violating my Sixth Amendment right? Certainly you wouldn't want to be guilty of perjury and treason. You have to be able to stand up for your rights. Nobody's going to give them to you. Nobody can give them to you. You need to draw that line in the sand. It's scary. It's not easy. But you've got to have the guts to do it, or you don't have your freedom. End of story. Your choice. Seventh Amendment. In suits and common law, where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of common law. How many people here have ever been to a common law proceeding? Anybody here have any idea where you would go for a common law proceeding? How are you supposed to have due process of law if there are no common law courts? Does this disturb anybody? I mean, we may not know what the answer is, but there sure as heck is something wrong. And it says, in suits and common law, where the value in controversy shall exceed $20. That's the line of the price of the class. If, for some reason or other, you decide you want to file a lawsuit against me because you're not happy with the course, you got ripped off, all right? You paid $20 and considerable, valuable consideration. Your time is worth something. That puts it over more than $20. You want to take it to court? It's going to be common law. And you have to prove that I violated your rights. Show me the property that I did. And frankly, I think I know the Constitution pretty well, so you're going to be in for a fight. The Eighth Amendment says excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. Define excessive. I had a $400 fine. I put down an $800 bond plus another $2,500 bond. That's $3,300 for a $400 fine. Is that a little excessive? 10 times the amount of the fine? Can I go with the Eighth Amendment? Well, I don't know. It doesn't really say. Who's going to judge? So it's a nice sentiment, but I don't know that the Eighth Amendment has ever actually been used. The Ninth Amendment. Let's talk about the Ninth and Tenth Amendments together, because they are legal bookends. The Founding Fathers understood that as good as the Constitution is, there are probably some loopholes in it. The Ninth and Tenth Amendments attempt to close those loopholes. The Ninth Amendment says the enumeration, you just list your rights, not granting them. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage other rights retained by the people. Does the Bill of Rights say anything about a right to keep and have children? No. Doesn't say anything. Do you have a right to have children? Yes. You have a Fourth Amendment talks. It doesn't say privacy, but you have a right to be secluded versus house abuse. That's privacy. Well, it's protected by the Fourth Amendment too. But travel, is travel mentioned anywhere? No. You have a right to travel? Yes. So the Ninth Amendment basically says out loud, even though we didn't list everything, it doesn't list the fact that you got a right to have a nose. We didn't bother to put that in there. But we listed some of them. There are other rights that we did not list. So just because it's not written doesn't mean that the people can't do it. The 10th Amendment basically is just the opposite. It says the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. That says if it's not written down, the government can't do it. They can't assume powers. Oh, that's what they meant. You know, it's not written there in the Constitution anywhere, but I'm sure that the founding fathers intended that. No! You want to give the government more power? You've got to amend the Constitution. Anything that is not explicitly listed that the government is doing is by definition unconstitutional. And we, the people, it's about time we read it, understood it, and started writing to our congressmen going, look, you can't do that. How many people are familiar with the space program? How many people have heard of John Glenn? Right? Everybody kind of like John Glenn? Somebody was trying to pass a law that said any law that Congress has passed, they have to reference the article and clause from the Constitution that gave them that authority. And John Glenn said, we can't do that. You know, we wouldn't be able to pass half the laws that we do. Oh, really? What does that mean? It means that, you know, the Constitution is going to put chains on Congress. Gosh, we don't want it to do that. We wouldn't be able to do half of the things that we're doing to the public. So we've got the chains, we just don't have a lock. You take your bicycle and wrap a chain around it, you don't lock the two ends together. Is your bike still going to be there when you come back? Maybe not. Any questions on the Bill of Rights? Memorize them. They are very important. One short anecdote about how important it is. I mentioned this at lunch. I got pulled over by the police. They said that they were going to call a tow truck. They were going to impound my car. I said, oh, really? I said, and you're telling me that you're going to violate my Fifth Amendment rights? Oh, no, sir, we're not going to violate your Fifth Amendment rights. Well, it sounds like the Fifth Amendment says you can't deprive me of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. If you take my car, you're depriving me of property. You're not allowing me to travel to the airport, so you're depriving me of liberty. And unless you happen to be the judge, jury, and executioner, our little roadside chat here doesn't constitute due process of law. Now does it? I asked him if he had taken an oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution. He started to stutter. The next thing you know, he runs off to talk to his buddies, comes back, he hands me my passport, and everybody jumps into the cars, they slam the doors, and the police cars all drove away. Bye! If you don't know your rights, you don't have any. You're not willing to stand up for your rights. You know, it doesn't matter whether you know them. You have to stand up for yourself. No one is going to do it for you. All right. We are doing pretty well. We are only an hour behind schedule, so I think that's doing pretty well, considering the amount of information that we covered and have covered. I'm going to try to keep up my pace so that we can formally finish at 6 o'clock, because we'll probably got to leave. But once we get to 6 o'clock, we'll take a break, and then we'll just continue and go into it. If you have questions or if you want to talk about something more in depth, let me know again. I'm sure we do that. Page 22. I figured by this time the seriousness factor is a little bit high, a little bit of humor. comic relief. I have inserted something called a Bill of No Rights, which I've downloaded off the internet. You've got a website there. I am not responsible for it. I don't wish that I were. But the preamble to this Bill of No Rights says, "We, the sensible of the United States, in an attempt to help everyone get along, restore some semblance of justice, avoid more riots, keep our nation safe, promote positive behavior, and secure the blessings of debt-free liberty to ourselves and our great-great-great-great-grandchildren. Hereby try one more time to establish some common sense guidelines for the eternally whining, guilt-ridden, delusional, and other liberal, commie, pinko bigot." And so it goes on to say, what you do not have a right to. You do not have a right to be free from harm. If you stick a screwdriver in your eye, learn to be more careful. They do not expect the tool manufacturer to make you and all of your relatives independently wealthy. And so you can read that. I think that's very worse. And sadly enough, you probably ought to post that for some people. Now, the first 10 amendments are special. They identify unalienable rights. And, although Congress may go through the motion of amending them or eliminating them, they may as well just go ahead and shred the whole Bill of Rights. They can do that too. But, it doesn't make it valid. Now, there are several additional amendments. The 11th Amendment basically, the U.S. judicial power is denied in cases against the state, so that states have more difficulty suing each other. We looked at Article 2 that said the vice president is the guy with the second number of votes, second greatest number of votes. That was changed in 1804 by the 12th Amendment. Now, if you want to find out more about the Electoral College, go to the 12th Amendment. It's relatively long and has a lot of details. But that is the process being used today. Now, the 13th Amendment is a little bit more confusing. Section 13 we are talking about. Now, you and I know about the 13th Amendment says no slavery. Okay? That was established right after the war between the states. Now, it turns out that there was another 13th Amendment. Now, after George Washington was president, John Adams became president. While John Adams was president, the U.S. Congress secretly voted to give England about 60 or 600,000 pounds of gold. I don't know if it was physical pounds or British sterling pounds, but it was a lot of gold. I thought we won the Revolutionary War. Why are we paying England all this gold? Why are Congress giving all this money in secret? Well, Benjamin Franklin's grandson happened to be a reporter. He found out about it, and he printed the story. What do you think the people at large thought about that? Were they happy? No, I think they had Pennsylvania Avenue filled with torches and pitchforks. They were a little bit upset. And they wanted to, enable a couple of these congressmen from a long road. Well, John Adams said, well, we can't have that. And John Adams helped to pass the Alien and Sedition Act. Anybody ever heard of the Alien and Sedition Act? The Alien and Sedition Act made it illegal to print nasty stuff about Congress, even if it's true. Don't you know? This is the second president of the United States started yet. They're already putting up the Alien and Sedition Act. Well, Thomas Jefferson was our third president. Thomas Jefferson's first form of action was to eliminate the Alien and Sedition Act. You can't have freedom of speech and the Alien and Sedition Act, one or the other. So you got rid of the Acquisition Act. Now, they were starting to realize that Congress was being infiltrated by a bunch of lawyers. What does BAR stand for? You take the bar and say, what does PR stand for? British currency, so these are the king's men. And when you become a lawyer, you get to put Esquire after your name. It's a title of nobility. Well, the founding fathers that were still around went, wait a minute, we gotta put a stop to this. And they did the Titles of Nobility Amendment. And I won't read it. It's the tiring, but it is on page 23. And it basically says that anybody who has a title of nobility is not a citizen of the United States. It basically states citizen, and that means that you can't be in Congress. That's a prerequisite. So the title of nobility amendment would basically make it illegal for lawyers to be in Congress. Think about it. How many of our congressmen are lawyers? Almost half. How many are now? We can count those on one or two hands. So, the title of nobility amendment was being ratified. And at the time, there would take 13 states to ratify it. 10 of the states ratified it. They wrote in and said, yes, we vote for that. Then the War of 1812 broke out. Who were we fighting in the War of 1812? You know, the Revolutionary War wasn't good enough, they got to come back. Well, what happened during the War of 1812? They burned down the White House where all of the records are kept. Son of a gun. There's a lot of strong evidence that leads to the line that the War of 1812 was specifically to prevent this 13th Amendment from being ratified. So now the War of 1812 is over. Congress gets back. Okay, where are we? Before we were so rudely interrupted. Oh yeah, we had this amendment. And 3 states didn't show up. You know, we didn't get their answer. Let's go get it now. So they write a letter to the president. Say, go out and find out what those 3 states said. There is documented proof that the president of the United States wrote and said, what was your answer? Now, there is no evidence that the states wrote back. However, because the states were now subordinate to the Supreme Law, every time the state would print the state laws, it seemed like a good idea to print the Constitution at the front page. That was the Supreme Law, all the state laws follow it. Now you have 2 guys out in Maine, and they just do this research, they're looking for all these old books. They like that kind of stuff, fine. Now, when they take a coffee break, imagine them going, I wonder what the oldest book in the library is. And so they go, you know, run through all the shelves, and they find this old book that's laying on the shelf, it's got all the dust, you know, they blow it off, here's the Constitution. You know, you got the Bill of Rights, 11th, 12th, 13th Amendment. That doesn't look like, you know, slavery. It looks like, you know, titles of nobility. We've never heard of that before. So they started doing research, and they found out that the title of nobility amendment was printed no less than 47 times between 1820 and 1860. Why would they print the title of nobility amendment if it hadn't been ratified? Now, all of a sudden, we get to 1860. What happened in 1860? Civil War. Son of a gun. And all of a sudden, the title of nobility amendment is no longer printed. They just want to erase it. How do you get rid of an amendment with another amendment? Do you know of an amendment that gets rid of the titles of nobility amendment? No. So, if it was properly ratified, it's still in effect. And if it wasn't properly ratified, we can finish it. Imagine what would happen if we ratified the title of nobility amendment. And we could all go to Washington, D.C. We bye-bye to all the lawyers. Wouldn't that be great? So, now, I'm not saying whether the titles of nobility amendment was properly ratified. I wasn't there. But I'm giving you 2 websites Well, first of all, little paragraph that says, yes, the titles of the Bloody Amendment was properly ratified, and another paragraph that suggests, well, maybe it wasn't, trying to be open-minded here. And then in the back, I've got several websites that will determine on page 51, I pointed to 3 different websites that you can go to and research it on your own. This is one of the websites shows you photographs of this amendment printed in the book. I don't know, it's pretty convincing to me. Now, so eventually, Civil War, we just forget about titles of the police. Now we've got the 13th Amendment. 13th Amendment says no slavery. So, great, whites and blacks are the same, right? Now, we've now got to pass the 14th Amendment that creates U.S. citizenship gives blacks privileges. Privileges and rights are not the same thing. The 14th Amendment was also not properly ratified, by the way. 15th Amendment, we finally give blacks suffrage. What is suffrage? The ability to vote. Right? When did women get suffrage? 1920. So girls, now you know how you ranked relative to slaves. Okay? You know, it's all landowners. There were some women who were landowners, but not many. Right. You know, I guess that means that slaves are worth more because you actually have to buy a slave. You know, you just gotta get married. You know, have her do all your okay. So women were allowed to vote with the 19th Amendment. The 16th Amendment. 16th Amendment is also pretty controversial. It says that the U.S. can tax on income from any source derived. So if income is derived from source, then income and source are 2 different things. Even if you don't know what they are, an income is not a source. An income is derived from source. So what is a source? Well, we don't really get into that. The 16th Amendment was also not properly ratified. And Joe Benson's got a book, probably all have read it, The Law That Never Was. The 17th Amendment changed the way that we elect our senators. Prior to the 17th Amendment, the senators were elected by the state legislation. So the state had some control over what happens in Washington. The 17th Amendment allows us to elect our senators by popular vote. What does that move the United States towards? Democracy. Yeah. So, you know, ever since the Civil War, things in Washington, D.C. have been happening fast and loose, and they just say, oh, don't worry about it. Don't look at that man behind the curtain. Just trust us. When we lie, we're Federalists. They're the anti-Federalists. We wouldn't lie. So, the 18th Amendment is when Prohibition started. What were we prohibiting? Alcohol. Now, the 18th Amendment is unique because it's the only one that's ever been repealed. It was repealed by the 21st Amendment. Okay? It was repealed in 1933. Everybody heard of the Budweiser Clydesdales? They were a celebration for the end of Prohibition. We're so glad that alcohol wasn't illegal anymore that Anheuser Busch built this great big wagon to celebrate. Well, it was such a popular hit that they just kept it as their symbol ever since. So anybody, you know, you ever see Budweiser Clydesdales, you'd say, well, that's been around since 1933. Now, the way that I remember that is that when I was growing up, some states you had to be 18 in order to drink, and and in other states you can be 21. So the 18th Amendment started prohibition, the 21st Amendment repeals it. The 22nd Amendment, a president is limited to 2 terms in office. Why did that happen? Roosevelt, we were a little bit concerned that we might get an elected monarch. And so we basically said, 2 terms of Matt and you're out of there. 23rd, gives District of Columbia electors as though it were a state. Why do we want to do that? How do we go back and undo that? Washington, D.C. is a federal territory. Why should we give that federal territory any more power than it already has? You see a habit or pattern here. 24th, elimination of the poll tax. We're going to allow blacks to vote. We're just going to charge them so much money that they couldn't. 25 is a formal procedure for overthrowing the president. After I memorize the Bill of Rights, that's the next one that I memorized. I want to know how to overthrow the president. 26, 18-year-olds can vote even though they still can't think. What difference does it make? It doesn't count anyway. Once you pull a lever, drive that little plastic steering wheel. Now, when was the last time we amended the Constitution? 1992. How many people were alive in 1992? How many people were sat up all night on television watching all this stuff go back and forth, listening to all the debates? You mean that they are going to amend the Constitution of the United States, the supreme law of the land, and you didn't even know it? Neither did I. How did they slip this past us? How can we, the people, be responsible for Congress if we don't even know that they're modifying the Constitution? 1992. That's not even 10 years ago yet. They know that we're asleep. It's like, ding, 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 somebody better wake up. And it better be us. Any questions on the other end? Because there was another 13th Amendment, there was a 13B that somebody said, okay, we're going to propose this, and then it just never happened, it shut down. But, yeah, it failed. So we've actually had 3 13th Amendments. Okay, now we're going to talk about the real part of the problem. I mean, Congress is bad, and the United States is in trouble. But I'm not going to point my finger just at Congress. We have the best money that Congress can buy. Side. We're going to talk about legal tender and lawful money and what is the difference. The real problem is the economy. That's how the Constitution got started. They sent our guys to Philadelphia because the economy was bad. We were suffering from inflation. Some things will just never change. Now, let's talk about gold and silver. Why are gold and silver used as money? Around the world, not just in the United States. They are valuable. They have an intrinsic value. If you don't like coins, you can melt this down and make silverware. That's where the term came from. Now, not everybody had silver because silver is hard to come by. But, if you don't like it in this form, you can melt it and change it to something else. It has intrinsic value. Right? Why else do we use silver and gold? Well, it was put into the Constitution. Right. So gold is very, very valuable. Why is it monoxide, right? How much gold is there? There's a limited amount. Can gold inflate? Can we just go out and just, start spitting out more gold? No. If you want more gold, what do you have to do? You got to go and dig it up. And it's hard work. And so you can spend, 10, 15 years of your life and end up with this little ball of gold. Okay, you worked hard for it. You deserve it. Isn't that ounce of gold going to inflate the economy? No. So the fact that there's a limited amount of gold and silver is a primary reason that countries all over use this as a medium of exchange. Now, when they have these gold stands, what you would do is you want to buy my hand, you give me this, this gold coin. Well, there is one disadvantage to gold and silver. If you try carrying this around in your pocket, if I don't have a belt out, I'm going to lose my shorts. It's heavy. And not only that, if I'm walking around, this stuff is jingling around. Everybody knows I've got it. And they can either cut my throat or cut my purse, and take it from me. So it does have a disadvantage. So one of the things that we used to do is take your money to the goldsmith. One, he would punch it into coins for you and make them all the same. And then he also had a very big lock box. So you can say, well, I'll just keep my gold here where it's safe. And the goldsmith would give you a receipt for it. You're like Chinese laundry. You bring back the receipt and give you your gold. No ticket, no auction. So we give you a receipt. So now I want to buy your gold, buy your apple. I can say, don't go away. And I can run down to the goldsmith, give him my receipt, get the gold, come back and say, okay, here's the gold, you give it in. Well, what are you going to do? You don't want to keep it around. So you run down and give it to the goldsmith, and he gives you the receipt. Oh gosh, that's a whole lot of running around. If I've already gotten my gold receipt, if you use the gold receipt, you give me the apple. Yeah, you're going to end up with it in 5 minutes anyway. It's a lot easier to carry paper. You just put it in your pocket or your wallet. It doesn't weigh as much, and it works the same way. If you want the gold, so you go and pick it up. Now, the guy who's holding all the gold, I got 1,000 gold coins, and people only come in and collect like 100 of them at any one time. So only about 10% of the people who have gold here ever ask for it back. Everybody's using these gold receipts. Now, because I'm not terribly scrupulous, how can I take advantage of that? I can print more gold receipts. Yeah, but if I spend them, everybody's going to say, hey, Jack, how come you got all this money? Where are you getting all that? So I really can't spend it myself. I can sure loan it to you. Nobody's going to ask you, where'd you come up with that money? I borrowed it from the goldsmith. So that's like cool. So if I only have 10% of the people collecting their money, and I have 1,000 coins, I can print 10,000 notes. So I can print all these counterfeit gold receipts. And I can loan for you and loan for you and loan for you. And now everybody's using the gold receipts and can't tell the original ones because I printed the original ones. And now 10% of those people, 10% of $10,000 are going to come in and collect their gold. And I've got the 1,000 pieces of gold that I need. That's how fractional reserve banking got started. I'm basically counterfeiting money legally. So now, and this is a really great setup. I can counterfeit this money, I can loan it to you, and now when you borrow money from me, you got to pay me back the interest. And I'm going to offer the interest in gold. So I don't know where you're going to come up with it, but you're going to go out and bring back more gold. So if I've got more gold, I can print 10 times as much money. For every gold coin you bring, I can print 10 certificates and loan that out. It doesn't take an idiot to figure out that you're going to be making money pretty much hand over fist here pretty soon. Now, I've got almost the perfect setup. Almost perfect because, you borrow enough money. I mean, you're a nice guy, but you only borrow maybe $5,000. And you're going to do that once because you want to buy the house. I want to make more money. I'm going to figure out a way to loan more money. Where can I go to? I will borrow money from you. Can I loan money to a government? Will governments borrow money? Yeah. And they borrow lots of money. Especially if somebody's about to attack. If your country is going to war, don't you want to borrow money so you can buy guns and defend yourself? I mean, if you're going to borrow money now, aren't you willing to borrow that money at like a really high interest rate? The Goldsmith says, yeah, I can loan you the money, but it's going to be 25 or 30%. The bad guys are coming. I need the guns today. I can't afford it. If you don't give me the money, I'm not going to have anything to defend. So, yeah, I'll borrow the money. I'll give you your 30%. Good solution. Exactly. You're battling this guy over here, so I loaned you money over here. You want to borrow money? I mean, you're fighting against this lady over here. You don't want her to win. I can loan you money too. So now I'm playing both ends against the middle. I wanted you money at 30%. You wanted you money at 35% because I'm not giving you very many chances. Now I've got the two of you fighting. You both borrow lots of money. I'm making money hand over fist. This is good. What's the only bad news that I can ever get? The two of you shook hands and decided not to be at war anymore. Oh my gosh, you have that. You stop the war, you're going to stop borrowing money. This sounds like, wild, crazy. That's exactly what's going on. When Napoleon was exiled, they put him off in Elba, hoping that he'd never come back. What do you think the bankers did? Hey, Napoleon, you want to come back and kick this butt? Because then you got to show up like an asshole. Why do you think we had the Louisiana Purchase? Because Napoleon needed money.
Look at this one.
He said, yeah, I'll give you that entire Louisiana Purchase. You can have all France's land. I need money. I got to come back and get some back. He was also borrowing money from the bankers. So we got here in the United States. They're printing their own money. My God, you can't have any of that. Loan you money. So all through the history of the United States, they've been trying to set up a central bank. Alexander Hamilton was the guy who tried to get it started, but he did it. They called it the first bank of the United States. And then the contract ran out, and so they brought it back again, and they called it the first bank of the United States. And then it went away, and they brought it back a third time. This time they called it the second bank of the United States. We had, a central bank several times. Well, Old Hickory, his name, Jackson said, you guys are vipers and buying the streets. God, I'll rob you out. And he threw out all the central bankers, and he killed the central bank for about 75 years. He was doing a good job. He was doing a perfect job. But back in 1913, the central bank came back. What do we call it? Federal Reserve. So they print money out of thin air. You've heard the joke about the woman goes to the bank and says, I can't be overdrawn. I still have checks left. That may be cute, but that's what the Federal Reserve is doing. Prior to 1913, how did Congress get money? At the Fed. They would come down and say, we were going to have this big scientific unit, $1 million to study the life, or sex life of the mosquito. What did we say? I don't think so. Like, oh, darn. We can't do our technical project. So then they invent the Federal Reserve Bank. Congress is authorized to coin money and regulate the value thereof. They are not authorized to give that power to somebody else. If I'm a police officer, can I give you my gun and say, will you drive traffic for me while I go to lunch? Can I give you that authority? No, because I can't give you the responsibility that goes with it. We give Congress the responsibility to coin money. We did not give them the authority to give it to somebody else. But they did. The Federal Reserve Act is completely, totally, 100% unconstitutional. I don't care how much, it depends on what your definition of is, the president does. It's unconstitutional. So now we've got the Federal Reserve Bank printing money out of thin air. What does Congress do? They borrow money from the Federal Reserve. Did they ask us? No. They just borrow the money. They do their, study on the sex life of mosquito, and then they turn around to us and go, oh gosh, we've got a national debt. We got to pay taxes. We got to pay our national debt. Wait a minute. They were supposed to ask us before. Now they've invented a system where they can get the money without asking. It is criminal. It is treason. Absolutely treason. Anybody here still think the government is out here for your best interest? I'm from the government. I'm here to help. Oh, yeah? Stand still. Now, one of my favorite quotes is from Ludwig von Mises. Ludwig von Mises says on page 24, the government is the only institution that can take a valuable commodity like paper and make it absolutely worthless by printing on it. Think about it. If you'd given me scrap paper, I could use it for something, but now that you turn it into money, it has no value. Now, money is defined by Black's Law Dictionary. The usual and an ordinary acceptation means coins and paper currency used as a circulating medium of exchange, evidence of debt or other personal good of the state. A note is an document containing an express and absolute promise of signer to pay a specified person or order. It's a promise to pay. Now, when we started this class, you gave me silver, I gave you a book. That is quid pro quo, Latin for something for something. We do an exchange. So once I've given you something, you've given me something, once we've done this trade, the transaction is over with. I'm happy, you're happy, leave me alone. Now, if you say, gosh, I'd really like to have that apple, and I say, well, okay, it's $1. You say, well, I don't have $1, I've got an IOU. Well, if you give me the IOU, have we finished the transaction? No. Now, somebody's got a banana, and I want to buy the banana. And they say, well, it's $1. I say, well, instead of $1, I've got this IOU from so-and-so. Would you take my IOU? Well, yeah, okay, I'll take that. And I give the IOU and I take the banana. Have we finished the transaction? No, somebody still owes this guy $1. Somebody is still stuck. That's what a note is. At the top of the dollar, it says Federal Reserve Note. These are official IOUs. They're absolutely, totally worthless. Now, they're not the same as this. This is a silver certificate. At the top, it says silver certificate. And at the bottom, it says $1 in silver payable to the bearer on demand. So you used to be able to take one of these into the bank, and they will give you silver. And I'm not talking about the bus tokens that we use. I mean, if you listen to these things drop on the floor, they sound hollow. It doesn't sound anything like silver. So, basically, this is real money because it can be converted into gold or silver. This is a Federal Reserve note, and it happens to be worth whatever Alan Greenspan says it's worth. It is fiat paper. Now, what I want to do, is anybody not seeing something that I'm going to pass this around? I want the back. You can spend that. You can spend it like it's $1, but it's worth a whole lot more. I mean, I've got those in plastic. I won't spend that. I'll give you dollars, but I want that one back. I mean, yes, legally you can spend it. Now, you're not going to find those in circulation because, there are a couple 100,000 of us that know the difference, and we'll snatch those out of circulation faster. What's that? Right. I have it, you know, I have to check that. Right. Now,
Going live?
negotiable. $2,000 for what? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Now, negotiable means that we can negotiate.
Yo, remember when it was doing a thing?
If I've got a pile of silver and you've got something that you can say, well, how much is it? And we can negotiate. Okay? You can decide whether you want to take it or not.
This sucks.
Non-negotiable means you don't have a
What the
choice.
fuck?
It cannot be transferred.
Like, sure, it's not available right now. Yoshi.
Or property by endorsement or delivery. This is a question that you had earlier. If I take your apple and I give you the silver, I'm basically transferring property. This is now your property.
Yoshi.
The note cannot transfer property. It's just an instrument of debt. It's basically a tally system. You do not own this dollar. It's in your wallet. Who owns this dollar? The Federal Reserve. It's got a serial number on it and everything. So this is their money. If you go to Avis and you want to borrow one of their cars, you take their car, drive it around for a week, fill it up with gas, bring it back. It's still their car. They're going to charge you money for borrowing it? Yes, that's known as an excise rent on the car. The 16th Amendment, the Supreme Court has determined that the 16th Amendment confers no new power of taxation on Congress. Congress can't do anything now that it could already do before the 16th Amendment. The Supreme Court says all the 16th Amendment does is to establish the income tax as an excise, which means that you are paying rent for using their property.
Nice brief.
It's like going to Avis. Did you transact business using these? Yes. You got to pay your rent and all the paper dollars.
Whatever you want to do, baby.
Why do people use the Federal Reserve now? There's no other choice. It's like Henry Ford. You can have your car any color you want as long as it's black. If you have a choice of one, is it a choice?
No.
So, what do we need? We need some options. So instead of using this, you can use this. This is American Liberty Currency. Minted by an organization called Norfed.
No, I had to
Thank you so much, Gregory. I just wanted to introduce myself. Hello, I am the Guinness World Record. Hello, I'm the Guinness World Record holder for streamer. Tina, are you going to be inappropriate? Thank you so much, Gregory. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I stream my life online like The Truman Show, if you're familiar with the movie, or the television show Big Brother. I've been doing so for about 2 years now, more than 666 days. That's more data than any person has ever put out on the internet, and I do it for world peace. I don't want people to have war anymore. So on a daily basis, we come to different spaces, introduce ourselves, and talk about world peace. I just want to let you know that I appreciate the opportunity to be here and let you know about that. Absolutely. I stream my life on 6 different streams on YouTube live. It's the largest compilation any one person has ever put on YouTube. It's over 200,000 hours of footage. I shower on camera. I eat. I sleep. I laugh. I cry. Basically. Yes, I do. You can actually see it on my Twitter. Yeah. How do you shower? You don't shower naked? Very well. So essentially, if you're ever interested, you can always watch at Rabbi Rothschild. There's a link in my profile. If you thank you so much, Eddie. Yeah, there's a link in my profile. If you click that, you can see me live on 6 different streams. You are not helping this, okay? Okay, that's your opinion. Thank you, Yeti. So, absolutely, I have my driver's license online. I mean, no one else does that. No, I just have no fear. Basically, I've never hurt anyone in my life to such a degree that I feel that they want to take vengeance. Absolutely. You can call me right now if you want. I appreciate that, Yeti. I just don't have any fear. So in addition to the live stream that I have, we talk about some other really interesting topics in society that normally aren't discussed. Transhumanism, AI. We've seen the birth of AI on this stream. We've seen the death of a queen, the coronation of the king. Uh, Yeti, you are on the punch, Gregory. So essentially, some of the things that we discuss are anti-gravity, antimatter. Some things that we discuss are anti-gravity, antimatter, transhumanism, mind uploading, really advanced technology, things that aren't normally discussed in society. Thank you so much. Life extension technology is really important. I feel that perhaps though, if you have the ability, you might be able to extend your life past 100 years, perhaps into 200 or 300 years within a generation or so. Cryogenics, cryotherapy are stuff that we really discuss. Liber- to my knowledge, Bob Marley, he was buried and after 2 decades, and then he was exhumed from a Jamaican cemetery. So, to my knowledge, he was not cryogenically frozen. However, there have been some people rumored to have been, such as Walt Disney and Ted Williams. Absolutely. But these are things that perhaps within a generation might be more affordable to the common person. I'm not saying to everyone, but if you are interested in perhaps life extension technology, there are some aspects of it that we currently have that essentially, in addition to some of the more minor ones like uh, supplements and vitamins and such, there are certain transplants that are being conducted. But the real one where I think is interesting is mind uploading. So if you're not familiar with mind uploading, it's the ability to scan your brain into a database and use that database to later download that information into a robot, into a cybernetic being, into an avatar, into an ethereal, like spirit, into a clone of yourself. But essentially, it'd be like save. Exactly. They'd be like save points in a video game. Go ahead. Essentially, essentially, it's an MRI scan of your brain, just more in depth, and essentially, then once that information is stored, it can be saved indefinitely. But it basically is a way for you to create yourself into a cyborg at a later point. Great, great question. Yeah, so this is still somewhat speculative. Eventually, your memories are just data. So the idea is that you could have a CAT scan or perhaps an MRI on your brain, and then be able to use software to visualize what what that data consists. So yes, there would be a way perhaps to view your old memories, and then also an interesting aspect is there's something called mind erasure. So, for people who have experienced perhaps traumatic events, PTSD, there would be a way to remove some of those memories, more painful memories in people's minds, so that they don't have to deal with that on a daily basis. And then additionally, in addition to mind uploading and brain erasure, there's an idea of being able to actually view your dreams in a dream diary, essentially. So even some memories that you don't consciously remember, your brain still has an archive of that, and you may be able to watch your dreams of the past in the future. Absolutely. Exactly. So here's a beautiful thing about that. There's only a 14% chance that it's Shabbos. There's an 86% chance that it's not. Why is that? Because we don't know for a fact that Friday night to Saturday that we celebrated is actually Shabbos. There's an 86% chance that it's not Shabbos today. So in reality, as a Jew, the fact that knowing that the punishment of celebrating Shabbos not on Shabbos is the punishment is execution, I have just come to the conclusion that I will continue to live my life the way that I live it, without combustion, without working, and the fact that electricity is being used does not necessarily prohibit me from using it on Shabbos. If we even consider this Shabbos, again, there's only a 14% chance that it's Shabbos today. There's a 14% chance that it's Shabbos tomorrow. And where do I get this 14%? It's essentially 1 divided by 7. So there's an 86% chance that it's actually not Shabbos today. Oh, I think it's a valid question. I appreciate that. I look forward to it as well. And Jenny, I'm an open book, and that's an excellent question that you asked. So don't feel bad about it. No, not at all. I mean, if you know about the calendaring system, it really just goes back to the 19th century, and really that was just Western countries that aligned on what the days of the week essentially were. Russia had not done that until the 20th century, and so many Jews are Russian as well, and haven't been fully on board that the day that we celebrate Shabbos on Friday to Saturday, whatever day that necessarily is actually the correct one. And again, it's 86% chance that today is not Shabbos versus a 14% chance that it is. Holiday? Like holy day? Really, those are bloodlines of rabbinical dynasties that have been passed on really since the 17th century. There are several major ones. Essentially, they're Orthodox people who really worship in a more conservative way than perhaps some conservative Jews or Reform Jews. I don't see why there's a prohibition against it. So some other things that because I am quite an Orthodox person, meaning I say bracha, I plan to fill in on a daily basis, well, 6 days a week when it's mandated. But again, we don't necessarily know when those are. So when Mashiach comes, we'll let Mashiach make the determination of what is what. But something that really separates me, I think, from a lot of Jews, but I think I have a lot of support, is that I'm an anti-circumcision rabbi, and that it causes a lot of pain to children. Yes, so I feel that it's natural to be intact. I am not. I had a bris, and so I would like to use science and technology in the future to use stem cells to be able to regrow a foreskin, and I think that that's an opportunity. No, it's definitely something that is being. Sensory cells, essentially, that allow for better orgasms and more stimulation. It most certainly is. So, the reason why the reason why I am too, Mike, and it's something that if you have been circumcised, that's okay. Certainly, many men are, but it probably wasn't your decision. And if you know anything about people who aren't circumcised, they have more sensory cells in the tip of their penis, and essentially a lot of men want that. So using stem cells, there's the ability to. Yeah, I understand that too. I think people will essentially become more used to the look. With a man, when they broke their hymen, was not something that they wanted it to be. Perhaps it was a rape, perhaps it was a sexual assault, or just. That's fine, Tina. That's absolutely fine. But essentially, there's the ability for women to regrow hymens and men to regrow their foreskin. So if you didn't know this technology was possible, it absolutely is, and it's becoming more mainstream. That's exactly right. That's it. I know it is. It was crazy to me too when I started to learn about the technology, but it's something that is being done, and is certainly, I think, will be done more in the future once it becomes more mainstream. I'm 37 years old. So yes, those are some aspects of technology that that we delve into. Though I'm not saying that, at least if you're Jewish, the bris is an important ceremony, but that could just be simply what essentially is the same ceremony for converts who have already had a circumcision, which is just a pinprick, a little bit of blood, but it's less painful, and it doesn't have the lasting effects that a circumcision does, where essentially you're mutilating your genitalia or someone else's. And that isn't to say that if you want to be an adult and have a circumcision, go at it. But essentially, at this point, within many aspects of society, it is not someone's choice, and I want to give people the choice as opposed to forcing some type of ritual on someone. Well, I mean, basically, when it comes to sex changes, that's someone's personal decision. I'm not someone who's going to tell someone what to do and what not to do. If you really want to know my beliefs, though, I think that there's an agenda. If you want to know, I live in the state of California, and on my ID, my gender is it says sex. It's not male. It's not female. It used to be male, but I changed it. I'm an X. So actually, on my license, I'm an X. So what does that mean? It means I'm non-binary. I love having sex with women. I have really great relationships with women. Never had sex with a man. However, if we live this type of life that may be transhuman, where you might be able to live a much longer life, that really kind of almost creates a new type of species. And additionally, I don't want my children to perhaps be at any disadvantage in the future. And at least in California, there are a lot of advantages for being non-binary. In some cities, that they give you $1,000 a month. If just the fact that if you are non-binary, so yes, I know it is a thing. It's becoming much more. The city of Palm Springs. City of Palm Springs has a program. If you're non-binary and you move there, you can get $1,000 a month. It's a test for universal basic income. You're absolutely right, yeah. But essentially, it's a test of universal basic income, and I really think that is something that we'll be seeing more in the future, a universal basic income, because AI is replacing so many jobs so quickly. So these are terms that you're probably going to hear a lot more in society. I personally... No, there are other benefits. I don't get any money for being trans. I'm not trans. I'm non-binary. But really, I take it to another level of transhumanism. I really think that we are moving towards a world where mind uploading is a thing, and so transhumanism is really past transgenderism. There are people who want to change their organs, and if they want to do that, that's absolutely fine. And if they have the amount of money that is needed to do so, they may be able to change back. I'm not going to make any personal decisions for them. Essentially, though, of the LGBTQ plus movement, I'm plus, whatever that is. Essentially, I feel that we have the opportunity, using science, perhaps, and mind uploading, to not die. And if that is an aspect of society, we are no longer, in my opinion, Homo sapiens, but we're some kind of transhuman being. Yeah, you absolutely can ask me if I'm married. I am not. No, it's an excellent question. I'm not married. I feel that generally that's a disrespectful term. Well, that's a great question, Yeti. I'm also a very strict free speech advocate. So I feel that you should be able to call someone that without any type of retribution. I feel you should be able to say whatever you want, whether it's fire in a crowded theater or you want to call someone some type of hate term. I feel that you should be able to. There's the old adage, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. And you should be able to say whatever you want to someone, because when you start to remove people's ability to be able to use words, you start to be able to control them, and I don't like that. There you go. That's something that we discuss as well. Human sexuality, and on the stream. So essentially, I have had more social media accounts than any person in global history. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 100 YouTube accounts. I have over 100 Instagram accounts. Twitch, anything that any kind of social media there is. I made over 100 accounts for every single major one. And the reason why is I didn't want to be silenced. I didn't want anyone to be able to cancel me. So essentially, if I'm canceled or if they want to take down my YouTube streams, I stream my live on Instagram as well. So I have those as a backup. I'm live on Facebook. It would take a lot to be able to cancel me. And really, when it comes to human sexuality, I feel that we should be able to discuss these things. I feel that honestly, nudity isn't anything that we should fear, and you should be able to be nude if you want to, particularly if it's in your own home. I do. I know what you're saying. Let, let's take that example. The reason why that was a crime 100 years ago was because you had people who owned the theater who would lose out on revenue. People would demand a refund after that. So there was business involved in this. In today's day and age, if someone yells fire in a theater, that everyone may clear out, and you're allowed to if there's a fire. You're allowed to if there's not a fire. But essentially, if there isn't a fire, no one's going to believe you in the future. So it's the situation. Go ahead. You're absolutely right, Getty. And we didn't have the fire codes that we currently do. If there is a fire, then it's a perfectly understandable thing to say. But if there isn't a fire in the future, people just won't believe you. And then you'll kind of be ridiculed in society. You'll be able to say whatever you want, though. I don't want to take that right away from people. When it comes to women, I've never done that, but maybe I might in the future. Oh, because I've never been in a theater that's had a fire. Essentially, some other things about which we discuss on the stream. You can, you absolutely can, but that doesn't mean that you should take away someone's right to use the word. Well, then people give up safety or security for liberty. And there's a saying that basically those who would exchange security for liberty deserve neither. No. I'd rather sacrifice security in the case of saying fire in a crowded theater than the ability to say it. So essentially, I'm a free speech advocate. If you want to say fire in a crowded theater, that's absolutely fine. I don't think that anyone should be able to permit you from saying something. I don't think that anyone has any right to prohibit you from saying anything. Exactly. Right. Absolutely. That's fine. Generally, those are privately owned, so the owner of the business has the right to ensure. Let's take. Let's take. No, they're not. They're privately owned. So let's take it. Let's. Well, the difference is that if it's privately owned, then essentially the owner can choose what they want to happen on the property. Let's take a public park. So essentially, you have children in a public park, and then you have someone who wants to yell some type of obscenities at them, or maybe sexualize some things towards them. That's their right. That's a First Amendment protected speech. You can do that in today's day and age. And really, for people to want to protect their children such that they're not allowed to hear curse words or they're not allowed to hear sexualized words, that's just a parenting decision. Some parents believe that that isn't necessarily appropriate for their children. Others don't really mind that much at all. But when you start to legislate what can be said and what can't be said, that's when I feel society runs into some issues. Yes, I mean, then the owner of the business is going to ask that person to leave, and if they don't, they'll call the police, and the person will be escorted out for trespassing. You don't have freedom of. It's private property. So I would say that's exactly right. They may respond, but likely you won't get arrested for it unless there's some kind of indecency law that for which you're going to be cited. If it's a strict First Amendment issue. There have been cases of obscenity laws. The one that comes to mind is someone cussed in on a boat in. They were on a canoeing trip in Michigan, and their boat sank, and they cussed, and essentially they were cited for obscenity laws, and that was overturned by the Supreme Court. Essentially, it's a First Amendment protected speech. But moving on from that, I think that I'm an advocate for women, especially in technology. And when I say that, there's something called the areola, the nipple, and men are allowed to show nipples on social media, and women are not. And I feel that is de facto discrimination against women. Read the areola, exactly. It's abnormal. It's abnormal from where you are and your experience, but the majority of the world, it's normalized. It's just skin. And that's the thing. You can't be offended by people's skin, whether it's the color or the look of it. You shouldn't get offended by the way someone else looks. Agreed. It's not normalized. Well, really, here's where I look at it, and it's less about what you see in public, but what it is on social media and how women are discriminated against on social media. So essentially, I can be on YouTube with my shirt off, or I can be on Instagram with my shirt off, or Facebook with my shirt off, and because people define me as a man, which I am, or have those parts, that's absolutely fine. But if a woman does so, she loses her entire account. She loses a way for her to make money. And I feel that's a discriminatory practice of technocracy. And I'm against that. I don't feel that you should lose your account because you showed skin. To me, it's discrimination. So it's just that we would remove the parts within the privacy policy about nudity. Essentially, if you have a nip slip as a woman on your social media, you can lose your entire account, whether it was intentional or accidental. I don't think that should be a thing. I feel that it should essentially be boycotted by women. And I don't see a big uprising, but essentially the terms of service state that this social media application will discriminate against you because of your sexual organs. I just don't think that's a thing. Yes, so that would mean that women are eligible for the draft and all those things. Absolutely, through DNA and through my actions. So we can talk about that as well. There isn't a formal rabbinical prohibition that says you cannot be on the internet. The closest one would be that you can't use combustion. But essentially, I'm not lighting a cigarette or I'm not using a lighter for that. Essentially, electricity is different than fire. And many Orthodox Jews, you may not know it, but I do, they use VPNs on Shabbos and surf the internet willingly. It's not discussed. It's not discussed in open society, but that is a very common thing. Yes, there are Muslim people who are Jewish. There are Amish people who are Jewish. Essentially, there are many people, and perhaps this entire room could be matrilineally mitochondrial DNA can be traced back to the Bible. And essentially, if your mother goes back to the Bible, you're Jewish as well. Oh, well, then generally, if you practice, I guess Amish people, many are Mennonite, then they would just consider themselves Mennonite. But according to their DNA, if they got hit by a car today, we're going to see matrilineal mitochondrial DNA, and then at least they would have no different, there'd be no difference in what their DNA looked as what mine looked. They'd be almost identical. And that's absolutely fine for them. I'm just saying their DNA would not show as Amish generally. It would show as it could follow its way back generationally, perhaps to 4 women in the Bible. Absolutely. Great question. So generally, at least between there are definitely some divisive points, but it's seen as a term of respect within Christianity many times if you are inside a building to take your hat off, while within Judaism it is a symbol of respect towards God to keep your hat on, and it's a way to identify yourself. It absolutely can be, though. It absolutely can be. It doesn't have to be a kippah or a yarmulke. It can absolutely be a baseball cap. Those are cultural. Those are cultural associations, and it just really kind of depends on what your background is. In some societies, wearing a hat inside or at the dinner is disrespectful. I can tell you at Shabbos dinners, every man, whether they're Jewish or not, is at least the ones to which I have been, non-Jews are offered a kippah or a yarmulke in order to show respect for God. That's absolutely right. And actually, actually, if I could one of the major Cossacks, or one of the major Jewish rabbis of the 20th century, Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, had ruled essentially that if you are inside under a roof, you don't have to wear a head covering. These are cultural associations. Essentially, I think we're moving away from traditionalist mentalities and more towards essentially a unireligion where people are of the same faith, maybe almost globally. I mean, really, almost globally. I mean, really, Muslims, Christians, Jews, we don't disagree on that much. And essentially, in the modern world, no, I absolutely do. I just don't think that it differs that much from the major other religions. I, Well, essentially, I think that we're moving more towards a modernist society, and with that, there are some contentions that people are willing to give. And I could just say to this room, and please, if you don't agree, let me know. But if I were to define what is God, that's a difficult thing. But the way that I define God is energy. Does anyone disagree with that? Necessarily alien stuff. Just God is a very difficult idea to define, but energy energy is something that is in every human, but it's in every being. It's in things that are static, but essentially, it's a way to describe the unexplainable. And at least when it comes to God, I've been able to find a lot of common ground with Christians and Muslims when I say, when you talk about God or you talk about Allah, what does that mean to you? It's difficult many times for them to describe, but then when I say I think that God is energy, we find a lot of common ground there. Perhaps, perhaps it's a different name. Perhaps you use Jesus Christ or uh, whatever it may be. Muslims may use Allah, but at the end of the day, if you were to try to define what does Jesus Christ do for you, what does God do for you, perhaps a way that you can agree with many other faiths is just to call it energy. I don't know how else to describe it or how else to describe it. Do you have a better way? I'm not trying to put you on the spot, Mama. Yeah, and that's a good way. That's a good, and I mean and on my end it's kind of a cop out because I can say, well, energy is very um, uh, flexible and it can fit within the idea of spirituality as well. The child of God, do you have something to say? Your hand is raised. Welcome. It's nice to meet you as well. How are things where you are? We're sorry to hear that. Why are they so bad? I certainly understand that. Well, I mean, at least on my streams, some things that we also discuss, and particularly for the African continent, but really for the poor globally. If this stream ever gets big, one of the first things I want to do after, if we can establish world peace or at least get people to talk about that, is to solve world hunger and world thirst. And some of the ways that you can do world hunger is through vertical farming. Some ways through world thirst is through smart straws. Additionally, there are desalinization plants. There's cloud seeding. What I'm trying to say is essentially there's a lot of technology that we have as a society that we don't necessarily use for the good. And I would look forward to a future where we would do so and help people. I understand. I think we all could put ourselves in their shoes if they only had one way to basically ask for money to perhaps save their own life. They're going to try anything they can. Conversation, God willing. I only get my cock blown. Some other aspects that we discuss, what I think are interesting things, are desalinization plants. Okay, thank you. Essentially, if you're not familiar with, if, I look forward to it. I didn't take it that way. Jesse girl, I want you to know. Jesse girl, I want you to know everything that you said. I have certainly thought in my own ways. So what you're saying is very common, and perhaps even the majority of people. So don't think that you're you got all been at all inappropriate. Not in my mind. Trust code. I see that you have your hand raised. Go ahead. Take care. Trust code. I am. You can look at my ID. I'm DNA as well. I absolutely am DNA, and my last name. I have my. Okay, well, that's your opinion. I'm honestly a lot different than a lot of people in my family. I want to create world peace. I don't want people to have war anymore. I don't think that we should have the military-industrial complex like we do. I want people to. I've done what I can, and that's why I stream my life live online. I'm going to have a lot of power, perhaps, when this goes viral and people know that there's a real-life Truman Show. And when I have that platform, we're going to do everything we can to help the world. That's a great question. So that's an interesting one. Essentially, I think the people who live there are what we call mitochondrial matrilineal Jews, and essentially they can follow their bloodlines up to the four main women in the Bible. So I really think that we should, as Jews, give them the opportunity to um, be Jewish. That's never been an option for many of them. Essentially, though, if you do know the Zionist plan, it is to take over the world. There's no doubt in that, and I would like to give people the opportunity to be a part of it. I personally do have a plan for Jerusalem. If you really want to know what it is, it's not that complicated. We've got the Dome of the Rock. No, actually, I mean, that's a thought, but that only works for so long. So essentially, I think the United Nations is going to tell the 13 major religions of the world that they are allowed, due to global warming or climate change, 2 major holy sites. So that means Muslims would have Mecca and Medina, Christians may have Rome and Westminster and London, and basically every major religion would get their opportunity. Jews, just so that people are aware of how important the Beit HaMikdash, the third temple of Solomon is that we would just essentially give our extra slot. We would take Jerusalem and give our extra choice to Muslims, and they would make it Islamabad. Then what do we do with the Dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque? Exactly. So we would cut it out. We would cut it out of the. That's a great question. I'm a busy person. I don't care to clean up. So essentially, you have the. Not necessarily, but that's your opinion. So essentially, you have the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Please let me, Tina. Let me finish. So you have the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Tina, please. So essentially, you have the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock. Those areas I would want to preserve and put them on a boat, on a large ship. They're not that big of an area, and I want. Essentially, I want to take those holy spots and preserve them, and take them to the major ports of the world and let it tour the world, so that many people who would never be able to go to Jerusalem and see them, especially in Muslim countries, would be able to experience them in their own country, and eventually have those the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock have a permanent home in the New World, essentially in like Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And I've talked to Muslim people who are absolutely in agreement with me that Muslims do not have a holy site in the New World, and they want one. It's a city of brotherly love, but it could be any city, wherever we want. Yes, so Muslims have Mecca and Medina, but those are in essentially the Middle East. There isn't. Yeah, so essentially, we would ensure that the Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa Mosque are absolutely preserved. They would tour the world, major ports, and eventually have a permanent home in the New World, in the Americas. Whether you want it to be Buenos Aires, essentially Muslims don't have to go. Oh no, they're very small. No, it'd be like a park. And then they would have holy sites within the New World, so that they wouldn't have to make such a travel overseas necessarily. The key to this is I want to preserve them, and I don't want anyone to die. Just Mecca, but Medina is an important site as well. But when No. It would not be a different location. They would still make Hajj in Mecca, and there would be no change to that. But essentially, it would give them a holy site in the Americas, which they currently do not have. But the key to this is, I just don't want anyone to die, and I want it to be done peacefully. Where was the location? Absolutely, you could use Dearborn, Michigan. You're absolutely right, and that would be a great place to do it. That would be a great place to do it. Especially when the people of the world, Christians, Jews, and even Muslims, realize that the Dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque are the third holiest sites in Islam. That doesn't seem as strong of an argument for them to have that spot. And in addition, as a symbol of goodwill, the Jewish people, Israel, would only want that one spot. Their second choice would be given back to Muslims, and they would make it perhaps Islamabad. Yes, yes. So I've lived with Muslim people and tried to come to a yeah, 100% of my house agreed. I haven't done this in a large. No, I lived with a Muslim man named Muhammad, and he and I did our best to put our minds together to be able to somehow, some way, come to a. No, it's just an idea. I'm not saying it has to be this way, but essentially, if that doesn't happen, there will be a huge war, a giant war, and many, many Muslims will die. And I don't want to do that. I want to prevent Muslim deaths. Absolutely. Actually, we had separate cooking areas, but we had very common idealism, and that would be we don't want it to be a war in the Middle East, and we don't want Jews to die. We don't want Muslims to die. We want to do this in a peaceful way, to the best of my abilities. Trust code. You've had your hand up for some time. Go ahead. Excellent. Trust code. Trust code. Your hand is raised. Can you hear us? Go ahead. Thank you. All right. Well, many people can. License. My driver's license is on my Twitter. If you know how to spell it, I know how to spell it. I can follow my DNA up to Meyer Amschel Rothschild. And additionally, it's just essentially what I live in. And if that's mess to you, then that's your opinion. Thank you. Hey, glad to have it. Hey, you're absolutely allowed to have that opinion as well. 35 others. Oh, yeah. I'm sweating. Wow. Deep trim. That's amazing. Where's this one? Dude, she didn't ask for that fucking dude. I would be like, lady, it's called a Motorola Razr, and you're gonna be the coolest person in your fucking high school if you have that much. Hey everyone, I hope you're doing well. I'll even say it to you. Hi everyone. Hi everyone. I hope you're doing well. In the meantime, we're watching Joe Rogan.
I don't want to fucking be in person. Live in a house, that's bullshit. I like just swinging around trees. I like running from jaguars. This is life. Guys, life is running from crocodiles. It's not living in a fucking suburban. No, there's probably some that are like that. I don't think so. I think when it comes, we're gonna embrace it. We're gonna embrace it the same way you embrace cell phones, the same way you embrace television. Just give me a few holdouts open. Those are few and far between. Good luck with that fuckface. Go to the ones of Ted Kaczynski. Yeah, I was actually that's where Ted's. Ted Kaczynski was right. This is something that I think about sometimes when you're really on. Ted Kaczynski was a part of the Harvard LSD studies. This has been proven. Ted Kaczynski cooked his fucking brain when he was at Harvard.
That's fucking
Professor, his goal was to make enough
Wanna
money
wear
to
your kippa?
Oh, my
You have to. It's fucking formal time. Ready to get formal? Absolutely.
He was expunged from Harvard laws, by the way. This is something my friend just called me about. So there's like this private library, and they used to print people's names whenever they were part of the university. He was one of the handful of people who were expunged from it. I want to jump back to one thing, Joe. I want to be very careful with that word conspiracy theorist. What I was saying to you is
Christian, Muslim, Judaism, peaceful debate too.
we carefully change the environment. We do all this innovation. What is stopping us from thinking that that's not being done? I'm not saying it is. I'm saying what's stopping us from thinking that that's being done on a much bigger level, on a cosmic level. Maybe like aliens coming down to Earth. So I tell you that there is something here. There's a fact. There's something. They're craft. They're here. They're not ours. They're here. They're not ours. They're here. So the question is, what is that about? And I'm just looking at what we do. We describe the technology. I think it's much more likely that the same way we observe chips and we observe that they are now in the Stone Age, that they're observing us, and that they're recognizing that there's a pattern, there's steps that happen. I mean, Carl Sagan talked about the different levels of civilization. You know, if we don't get past certain levels, we're never going to reach the same. We're talking about civilization at a state of zero. Well, we're in this warring, pillaging, we're awesome civilization. Well, we're awesome in a lot of ways. You know, in that way we're not. But yeah, we're children that have immense power. And the thing is, using the immense power that other people have created, right? Even when you're driving a car, you stomp on the gas and woohoo! You didn't invent a fucking engine. You didn't invent tires. There's all these.
So I can watch the check it in. We're getting enough this one. No. Hell yeah, man. Absolutely. 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 Kicking ass, taking names. Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Shout out to you, Wake and Bake Radio, and everyone here. Shout out to people who have served in the military. Thank you for your service. I want you to know, first off, Wake and Bake Radio, episode 58, that's amazing consistency. Thank you for giving people the opportunity here to discuss important topics. The one in which I'd like to discuss is the 420 movement and cannabis. I don't feel that we should legislate a plant. I feel in addition to allowing for cannabis legalization, we should allow for hemp legalization because hemp has a lot of opportunities scientifically that we aren't utilizing and haven't been able to utilize because of many of the powers that be, specifically the Hearst family when it comes to the criminalization of hemp. And there's, you can't get high on hemp. There's absolutely no real reason why that should be illegal. I'm a pro 420 rabbi. I am someone who feels that it is that cannabis is a gift from God, and that we should use it. It is something that can alleviate pain. It can alleviate stress. There are too many people who have to rely on alcohol and pills in order to kill their pain, frankly, whether it's mental pain or physical pain. And really, there are a lot of opportunities that cannabis has in a future where our children, hopefully, and our children's children are able to use it in a safe and legal manner. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute. Thank you so much, Smokey. I really appreciate it. You guys have a really great opportunity that you will hear the arguments. If the average person heard the arguments the way that they're being conveyed by the people in this space, I think that we could make a lot of change. We just a lot of times don't have the mic in media in order to promote that which is really something that is a gift from God or natural. It's very hard to compete with the pharmaceutical companies, but God willing, the message will get out. Thank you so much for your kindness, Smokey. Absolutely. Thank you so much for asking. So I live my life on YouTube 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for nearly 2 years. I'm past 666 straight days, which means I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. It's over 200,000 hours. I'm live not on one stream, not on two, not on three, not on four, not on five, but 6 different streams all day, every day. So people can watch me eat, sleep, shower, bathe, laugh, cry, and really I do it for world peace. I don't feel that we should have war anymore as humanity, that we should be mature enough that we can get past many of the wars that take place, and I really do my best to get the word out about some ending world hunger, world thirst, the 420 campaign, equal rights for people. These are all really important topics. So I've dedicated my life to it for the past 2 years, and it's really become the world's largest timeline and the world's largest time capsule. I feel that future generations will study this, essentially not only to know what life was like really from post-pandemic until the future, but we've seen some really important, interesting historical events. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI. We even had a coronation of a king today. And essentially, I think people in the future will study how humans interact with each other and also how humans live. And so if you've ever seen the movie The Truman Show, that's basically my life on 6 different streams. At any one time, you can watch me. And basically, I'm a human zoo. Thank you so much. Absolutely. No. I travel as far north. So I live in Irvine, California. So I've been on camera as far north as Santa Barbara, Been to Hollywood, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Long Beach, everywhere in Los Angeles, basically all over Orange County, and as far south as basically San Diego. So yes, I do go out in public. When I go out to the store, I ensure that I have that on camera. My human interaction is generally as much as I can. It is recorded and uploaded to the internet, or I stream it live. And the key to this is it's not just me streaming, but it's archived. So you can go back and watch my interactions with people over the course of the last 2 years if you want. And I really feel like with the advancements in AI needs a data set essentially on which to build its foundational databases. It doesn't currently have unedited human footage, especially in such a massive amount. So essentially, what I think is that AI will use perhaps my stream and other people's streams as a model as to how humans interact in under real conditions. If you look at most YouTube things, they're edited, and that's not really how humans interact. This is an absolute raw, uncut footage of what someone's life is. And I have it on so many different streams that you're able to watch my life in 360 degrees. And that's just on YouTube. I have 6 different streams. I'm also live on 7 different streams on Instagram. I'm live on Facebook. I'm live on Discord. I'm live on Kick and several other social media platforms. I've developed a robot on that's an auto clicker on Instagram. So every hour, whatever the previous hour was on Instagram is uploaded to the internet. And so essentially, I do my best to be uncancelable. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 100 Instagram accounts, over 100 YouTube accounts, so that basically if any of my streams are taken down, I can just come right back and ensure that I keep getting the message out. It's very important. In today's day and age, many times you can be muted because they take down one of your accounts, and I do my best to be uncancelable. Absolutely. Oh man, Southern California is beautiful, and when this blows up, we'll go to Surf City. We'll do some surfing. Huntington Beach is a beautiful place. shout out to you, Jay Vegas, and shout out to your wife and your story. I want you to know, at least from my perspective, I'm sure the room agrees with me. We're happy that you found a safe alternative and you did it in a really great way. And you're also looking after people, and that's a really beautiful thing. So shout out to you guys, and shout out to your strength. It's not easy. Definitely agree. What's her screen name? I'm going to make sure to follow her. Beautiful. Thank you.
That's right.
Absolutely, and I'm sure I'm not alone in this. That I feel that we spend too much as a country, specifically the United States, on defense, but not directly given any of that money to our veterans after. Essentially, in my opinion, that and essentially there should be some kind of like universal basic income for veterans in the United States. The best we have is the GI Bill, but it's insufficient in my opinion. When we spend over 500 billion with a B on the F-35 plane, that's just one plane and its development. We spend that much money. That is 10 times more than we spend in all of education in this country. We should take those funds and for at least 1 year, give them to the veterans of our country so that we can perhaps give them the opportunity, especially homeless people and the unhoused, to have some type of support. There are certain things that the country has done. Perhaps they're like VA loans and again some scholarship opportunities. It's simply, in my opinion, insufficient. If you've risked your life for this country, you, in my opinion, should have a pension for the rest of your life. If you're a police officer and you get wounded in the line of duty, you have a pension for the rest of your life. I don't understand why the military is not the same. And I'm certainly an advocate for those in the military and specifically are really unfortunate unhoused veterans out there. There are a lot of support programs that could be funded, but I'm talking about giving people money straight up. You served this country for X amount of time, you've made your pension, and now you get this for the rest of your life. I think that it's an important thing that we can do as a country.
I also don't like people who immediately categorize homeless veterans as people with mental issues. By no means. That is a small slice of the overall pie. But essentially, we take people when they are really young and essentially uh, vulnerable, and whether like it's a question of whether they're going to survive. But let's just assume that they do, and that's really, I mean, I don't want to get into the poor people who die for this country, and there's like absolutely nothing really that's done for them except if they're lucky a flag draped coffin. And but for what they've given to this country, I mean, it's just an incredible amount. But the people who have the who are fortunate enough to survive, and they have the ability and a lot of opportunity to provide benefits to the country. And essentially, many times they're stigmatized as people who might have PTSD or people who may be more aggressive. And so they have to essentially find not that many different types of job roles in society. They're stigmatized to like police or perhaps other types of like security and things like that. When in reality, these are the people who've made the biggest sacrifice for our country. It should be essentially that the country should want to ensure that the GI Bill is paid in 100% of whatever your education is. I mean, we're the ones who took, as I say, we as a country took those years away from you And to me, it's almost like a scam. The GI Bill is now because the cost of tuition for most colleges is so expensive that, and the GI Bill does not cover it all. That many veterans have to take out a loan anyway, and then the interest just builds up over the course of their life. So perhaps they're going to be homeless for multiple ways. Number one, from the military, but two, from student loans. Very sad situation. And if you were to ask the average American about the people who serve in the military, I would say to you a majority of people think that you still get paid once you leave, and that there is some kind of like social security, social system that is out there. Because people hear, oh, Veterans Affairs, and that your medical coverage, your medical care is covered. It is not that way. If you go to a VA, you may be on a list for 6 months. You don't have the same kind of opportunities that many people have in the private realm of healthcare. And really, if anything, I'd want to help shine a light on the fact that once you're essentially discharged, you're forgotten about and by the military. In fact, they don't want to have anything to do with you, and that's when they should want to help you the most, because really that's when you're most vulnerable. There's a lot too as well when you are coming back into society, and essentially. Everyone remembers you on perhaps Veterans Day, but they forget about you the next day. And I just want to remove that stigma that veterans are essentially forgotten, because they most certainly are not. And one other thing as well, if I can just say it, there's a population perhaps of there's a population perhaps of POWs out there. I'm not sure who they are, but perhaps they fought in foreign wars, and I just want those people to know that they aren't forgotten. And there's certainly people out there who have forgotten them. They think, oh well, if you served in Vietnam, that there's no way that like everybody came back or they're dead. That's not necessarily true. There may be other people out there, and that they are cared about. But generally in society, people don't like to think about war, and so they want to forget these things. I would make sure, at least if I had any input on it, that we would bring these people to the limelight and treat them as what they are in many ways, which is heroes. I'm not saying war is right. I am a pacifist, and I think that I'm anti-war. I'm anti. If I had to run for any kind of political um, political position, I'd be an anti-war candidate. But I do understand that a military is necessary. And really, when we have these stories about the Pentagon spending $500 on a hammer, yet outside the Pentagon or out on the streets of Washington, D.C., or any major city in America, you have tent cities essentially that are a large segment of which are veterans. It's just a really sad state. And one last thing, and I know I said it before, I just want to reiterate: most veterans who are unhoused do not have mental disabilities. They are normal people who just didn't have the funds, perhaps, to be able to buy a house, or maybe for one reason or another, they had not the correct credit to be able to get the housing loan. I mean, it isn't a guarantee, and that's really unfortunate. If I could help people in any way, it would really be to bring knowledge to the American people of what our military men and women do for our country, but also the fact that they need more support, or as much support outside the military as they get inside the military. Thank you for letting me contribute that. It's an excellent suggestion, Jay Vegas. Excellent suggestion.